Hey everybody, Brian Loads and David Freiberger here. We are now live on YouTube via the MotorTrend channel. It is Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week Day 4, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. Our live streaming coverage brought to us by Mickey Thompson Tires. David and I did an open to our show earlier, which was a private open. Because none of you were here with us, but now you are. And so it's great to have you.
We talked to ourselves together.
Yes, and just like yesterday, we are waiting for the fog to clear. We were actually able to get some runs down the racetrack this morning. I want to say 10 or 12 pair of cars before the fog began to roll up the drag strip. And we went from not being able to quite see the sand trap to then not being able to see the scoreboards, and now we literally cannot see the 330-foot block. So it's going to take a few minutes for this to get out of town, but we do have at least some news coming in, some of it actually via the actual chat on their live streaming coverage.
Yeah, we did hear one person posted, so this isn't factual. I read it on the internet. They said that they passed Bryant Goldstone on 131 this morning, and he was at the side of the road. And so that's not looking good. Goldstone, of course, being our ET leader overall at Drag Week. And yesterday he torched a cylinder head. They had the engine out of it. They've been fixing it. And we'll see if they can get here and make a pass today to hold that position. If not, Alex Taylor is right behind him.
We are, of course, at Milan Dragway. This is the fourth stop of what will be 5, and the fifth stop will be Columbus tomorrow. National Trail Raceway. The racers have basically, I believe, what is the longest drive to make this afternoon to get back to Columbus, Ohio, and then tomorrow when they stage the tree, they'll be able to call themselves Drag Week Completion Certified, and our true champions will be established at that point. Let's talk a little bit about some of the things we touched on, maybe not going to quite the amount of depth we did earlier, but when we talk about the overall leaders of the event, Bryant Goldstone is the overall leader right now. If he is having trouble at the side of the road, that could put his position in jeopardy. If Goldstone was to fall off, that would place then Alex Taylor at the head of the class, not just for her class, but for the entire event. We have not heard any rumblings about Alex having any issues, and I'm sure we'll see the Taylor 55 Chevrolet up here in just a little while once we get back to action. That could be enormous.
And what's interesting is those cars he was just talking about are in the Ultimate Iron category. They are not in Unlimited, and that's been unusual. The past however many years, it's been an Unlimited car that has one overall. That is unlikely, but not impossible that will happen this time.
It was 18 years ago that Eddie Miller won the overall title of Drag Week and was not in the Unlimited category. He's a Pro Street racer at that point. And I'm going to have to go back into the records to find out if it's ever actually happened again. An overall victor from outside of Unlimited is, as you said, a very rare situation, but it does appear as though we're staring that one down the face right now. We've had some runs this morning made in the street race small block power adder category that is such a battle for that 850 time slip. Mark Cicino made his best run of the week, 8.506, which again is going to help him move up. It's not going to put him in the lead, but Randy Seward out here chasing another 850. He is the only guy in that class with an average of 8.50 something, 4, I believe at this point, or 6 or something.
Yeah, and to have an 851 in that class right now, you basically can't catch up. And so what he's, I'm sure, looking for is for Seward to fall out for one reason or another. We do have another drive today and 2 more days of racing, both here and at National Trail tomorrow. Anything can still happen.
It's an absolute fact. It's an absolute fact. A lot of stuff happened on our drive last night. A lot of insults were thrown at each other. A lot of negativity filled that automobile.
People ask for the in-car cam of me and Brian and KJ driving down the road.
Can't do it.
Negative. I mean, you thought KJ was profane at the track the other day? Yeah, no.
Yeah. It'll make a sailor blush, as a wise man once said.
In the Unlimited category, we also did see Ned Dunphy in the Viper fall out. He had gone 619. He did have catastrophic engine failure. He is no longer leading either Drag Week or that class. We've seen Les Smith in the black Unlimited Camaro come up, and he is the leader in class. But once again, actually not even in the top 5 quickest overall. No, I take that back. As of yesterday, he probably is in the top 5 overall, or top 4.
Glenn Hunter's run of 7.004 at 198 yesterday was pretty spectacular in the Pro Street Power Adder category.
Lot lot of 7-second cars on Drag Week. I think we've got more 7s than we've had in a while. We have more Pontiacs than we had in a while. We've got more KJ Jones than we've had in a while.
KJ down there at the end of the lanes. You can see him right now as we have gone to the staging lane camera. KJ, give us a report from down there in the foggy staging lanes. Oh, hold on 1 second. We got to get your mic up. I'm just going crazy up here.
We're giving you some time to put the mic back together.
Hang on 1 second. Yes,
you want to juggle that thing a little bit?
All right. Now go ahead, KJ. Go for it, Cage.
Thanks, Brian. KJ Jones here in the staging lanes at Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. This live feed is coming to you courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels and our new co-sponsor, the Champagne Express of Mark Cicino. Here in the staging lanes, it's relatively empty, if you will. The past 2 days, Brian and David have made the announcements for the A and B session to come forward to the staging lanes, as well as cars that are in impound. And you see there's one of the impound cars here, and now it's starting to build back out. But when the call was first made and there wasn't any fog, there weren't many cars here either. So it makes you wonder, is attrition part of this? Not just mechanical attrition in the cars, but also the drivers and the crews. People are starting to get tired now. Day 3 of Drag Week is pivot day. What you're trying to do is go to the front, maintain your spot, or just stay in a fight, basically. So they got people out there, or we have people out there that are really just trying to stay in the fight. And you have to think about your body, you have to think about your mind especially. I've done this 3 times, and not only is this a physical task, it's very, very, very much so a mental task as well. So I'm kind of curious why people are making actually this fog is a savior of sorts, because it's buying people time to get their act together, get the cars together, but get themselves together before they come out and make their time hits. Brian and David, back to you.
KJ, not so fast. I'm going to throw a question at you here. When is the last time you were at Milan Dragway?
Last time I was at Milan Dragway was 2008, racing in NMRA.
Thank you for that very succinct answer. You clearly know exactly what we're trying to do here. Thank you. If you could just chop it to one word next time, that would be even more helpful.
8.
Right on. Well played.
So, Milan Dragway's got great history. The land for the facility was purchased back in 1963, opened for business in 1964. And as you mentioned, there is actually a road course on the property here, which was very sparsely used even in its era, except by GM. That was used as a kind of a test course up here, and it was, the rumor was, and talking to Perry that owns the place right now, he said the rumor was that GM actually funded the construction of that. I kind of read the same thing when doing some research on the racetrack, and it's kind of neat. It's kind of a neat piece of hidden history in this place. When you look at some of the roads, it's like, oh, that looks like a road course, because it is.
And he was telling us they run a winter rally out there sometimes.
Yeah, rally
now.
cross.
Yeah, which is really cool. Also, this is one of the tracks that was used in development of the muscle cars back in the 60s.
Yeah.
We were thinking Detroit Dragway was probably more popular for that, but this was more off the beaten path at the time. There's photos of some of these cars out here being tested, and I always like the cable across the track with the hanging Christmas tree. That's one of the cool things that I've seen in old photos of this place. And we've been here shooting Roadkill a handful of times, and we were here for Drag Week in, I believe, 2010.
Yeah, we can go back to Clay Milliken. You shared in your story, Clay Milliken had a blowover here in 2005, and it was, at the time, the car was sponsored by the Duke Boys, or the Dukes of Hazzard movie was coming out at that time with Johnny Knoxville and some of those guys in it. Mm-hmm. The car was wearing the Dukes of Hazzard livery, and of course he had a pretty wild blowover. The craziest thing about that blowover in 05 was that it landed gently enough that the wing struts supported the car, and I'm not even sure the chassis was actually that damaged.
He will tell you the story that the worst part of that situation is when the safety guy came and reached up and unlatched his belts and he fell out of the car.
The following year, so I worked for IHRA at that time, and I wasn't able to come to the 05 Motor City Nationals because I was also working a regular job, and I had set aside vacation time to come on Drag Week that year, so I had dropped a couple of the IHRA races to kind of have enough time to go out on the first Drag Week. The following year, I came to the Motor City Nationals in 06, and what was neat about the 06 Motor City Nationals was that it is the only time that Doug Coletta ever raced a Nitro Funny car. Not only did he race a Nitro Funny car here, he was the runner-up of the race and had the quickest reaction time average of anybody on the property. And he did that because Scott Coletta was on vacation with his family, and Scott's wife was basically like, yeah, you can go test that funny car, and then don't bother coming home again. So Doug was pressed into service by Connie, and he had a great time, and just another kind of footnote of the neat stuff here. But, it was an IHRA national event track, 70s and 80s, and then 03 to 09, they had the Motor City Nationals here, and the event always did well, and it was just one of our stops on the tour.
More importantly, on Roadkill,
Yeah,
see what I did there?
By all means.
See that? We shot a couple of episodes here. One of them was when 10 years ago we very first put the Hellcat engine into the 68 Charger known as General Mayhem, and we came out here and tested it. And interestingly, we also drove it all the way to US 131 where we were yesterday and tested it there as well. It was a 1060 car. There was another B-body Mopar here with a bone stock Hellcat running exactly the same numbers that I did when we did the same thing. So I remember that out here. We also ran my Super B here. We did an episode with me versus Finnegan. My Super B versus Blasphemy. Blasphemy being here on property today, or maybe not yet, but they are here at Drag Week. And we did a shootout there. I think my Super B actually ran its quickest ET ever here. I think I went 10:37 with that car right here at Milan. Just go ahead and put that water on the floor,
Yeah,
Brian.
good thing I didn't buy the glass bottle this morning.
And the other thing we did was showed up with Blasphemy for some testing. We ended up working on it in these trees just over on the right-hand side of the burnout boxes. And we pulled a cylinder head off of it and had a pinhole leak. Steve Atwell, who was an original Drag Weeker, who we spoke to on the mic yesterday, came out here and loaned Finnegan, a long-term loan Finnegan, an aluminum short block of a Hemi. And
That he had laying around.
Yeah, just sitting around. I think it was a 527 Hemi or whatever displacement stroker that it was. We threw that in the car and finished up our episode. But one of my greatest memories is working on the picnic table right behind the bleachers on the right-hand side, assembling this Hemi. I absolutely felt like one of the fuel racers of the 60s doing that.
Smashing the thing together, getting ready to run. I'm not going to reveal what it was, but he made you a pretty interesting offer yesterday that you really have to take him up on.
Oh, this is interesting.
Don't give it away, because this could be good for you in many ways.
It really could be.
Yeah.
Steve Atwell is a guy who has collected a lot of Hemi cars, and he has one that he said, I don't really care about it. I got it cheap. And so things could happen.
Things could happen. It could be done.
We're walking around looking at the track.
Yeah, there's Finnegan's on the starting line, so they have successfully completed the trip. And he's wearing his party pulley shirt. And we got a shot here of Blasphemy sitting in the lanes next to the Fairmont wagon.
Ooh, he's right out front. Fantastic. Glad they're having that kind of good day. Hopefully they slept a bit. If you are looking at the live feed wondering what's going on and why you're staring at us again, it's because we are on fog hold, as we were yesterday, for about 2 hours.
Proximity to the lake. And, it's the nature of the business this time of the year, I guess. It's kind of funny talking to Perry and some of the guys. Oh, we have had hardly any fog this summer. Oh, good.
Great.
Glad it showed up for us. Frank Romano's 55 Chevrolet on your screen right now, currently a class leader. Breakfast being served at the concession stand if anybody's hungry. And I know you're hungry. I've seen you people. Chris Mary's Mustang that has been running in the 850 wars. Bill Schwarz's Chevelle.
Bob Ruppel.
Cody Elger's 55 Chevrolet sitting there. Andy Starr's 56, right up near the head of the line.
Little dipstick action there. You know what's the worst is those cable dipsticks.
Why were you looking at me when you said that?
I don't like those cable dipsticks. See what he's doing? He cannot read the oil on the end of that dipstick because it is one of those cable types. He's got a bottle of Arizona sweet tea that's probably 2030 or 2050.
I'm hoping that's what that is, because otherwise, one, you need to drink more water, and two, you can always pull over. And
yeah, maybe it was a long trip last night. Yeah, gross.
Man, we always find the level very early. Yeah, Indy Stars stack ejected 56 sitting right there. Really nice piece. Love the way the hood's been cut open on that thing. Just very well done. Finn, nothing better than a set of Finn kind of Baldwin Motion style valve covers on there too. Very cool. You know you're buddies with the guy when you're just going to drop trow right there in the staging lanes, have a conversation like nothing's wrong. That's what, you know.
That's pretty much our live feed every day. You know why they shoot you from the waist up.
Look into the twin turbocharged engine bay of the 67 Camaro. Wow, looks like he's got an LS in it.
No way.
Yeah.
He tried to fool you with those valve covers.
Peek here at this beautiful C10 Chevrolet truck as we roll up through there. You can see the nice high-mounted shifter, cup holders, and a nap. Now was the time for that. Nope, hey, we woke him up. I think one of your proudest publicly shared fabrication moments was the creation of the cup holders in the muscle truck years ago.
How that became a world-renowned thing,
It did.
I don't know.
I think it was because your childlike joy of placing a cup in it and just how much pride you took in it.
Maybe. You know what the cup holder's made out of? It's 2 rings that are fence decoration. I went to the metal store, and they had these rings. You're supposed to tack weld on your fence so that it's, I guess, you're spiffy. And that's what made it work. Oh, he might be biting my rhyme down there. What's going on?
Peek into the cockpit of the Monte Carlo SS. All business in there, but they kept the nice cushy seats.
That is Jim Weiser.
And Weiser's car's been running good this week. He is at the head of the line, so he is front and center wanting the fog to dissipate. It hasn't gotten any worse. It also hasn't gotten any better.
This describes
This describes the entirety of our broadcast.
or existence.
Wouldn't you know it? That's a turbo LS.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I want to have the Jaws music playing at this camera shot. Dude. Almost
Well
came in
played.
hot. Almost
Yeah, that's
came in
good.
hot on the main right there. Cody Helger's 55. We saw that car just a moment ago from a distance. Really cool piece. Stripped down, plexi windows, the sheet metal scoop, primered paint.
Is it technically primered paint? It's either primer or it's paint. Primer is paint.
Primer is paint.
Primer is primer.
How do you apply primer?
You paint it on. You spray it on.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Primer's paint.
So now you've completely changed arguments. Now you've now
Primer
turned.
is not paint.
Let's go.
Okay,
Let's go into the chat. Is primer paint Hive Mind group
These are the
watching
people
this?
who said a hot dog was a taco, and you disagreed with
No,
that.
well, we shot that out of the
Is
sky
primer
too.
paint or is primer primer? Primer is primer.
As a physical thing, primer is a form of paint.
Okay, when you eat your boogers, are boogers food?
They're sustenance.
That's a little bit different.
No, food is sustenance. Any updates on attrition? Yes, James, we've had plenty. Next question.
46 cars out.
The Winter Mint does stand out in the fog.
It
The
does.
Winter Mint Nova. Randy Stewart's car back in the lanes next to Jeff Oppenheim's El Camino.
Brian Anders, the Chevette right behind him, who is actually number 2 in Unlimited. If you swing to your left there, you can see the Chevette.
Wheelie bar equipped for 2024. Laptop on the roof, finalizing the tune-up. 66 Chevelle with a blower coming up out of the hood over there.
The Chevette is just an example of, you look at the rules, the only place he fits is Unlimited because of something he's done to the car. And even though it's a 1067 car in a 6-second class, because of attrition, he is currently number 2 overall in class.
His primer food. And KJ Jones is down to the staging lanes with Mike Bergen right now. KJ, what you got?
Hey, thanks, Brian. Mike, how does it feel to be on the other side of Drag Week?
I mean, I'm still tired, but it's all right.
But I mean, not drag. First of all, this is Mike Bergren, multi-time Drag Week participant, champion, 200-mile-an-hour club, roadkill nights dominance. I mean, he's a badass, first and foremost. But you're not driving this year. You are a crew member. How's that work?
Yeah, I'm helping out my friend Dave here. He's been riding with me, I think every time we've done it with my car. So I kind of owed it to him.
Okay, and now, are you, while you're doing this, are you coaching him? Like, you know, I would have done this way, or I would have done this that way, or?
He pretty much knows it all.
You don't say that. Nobody knows it all. Not even me. That's a confession there, folks.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, what's going on with you guys now? Like, where you sit in the class? How's everything going? Have you had any type of mechanical failures, any type of attrition of sorts that you had to battle against, or is it like smooth sailing?
No, it's an NA car, so we have to drive quite slow on the street. So we don't go really more than 50 miles per hour.
Okay, 50 miles an hour. You know, this is the question that came up through the internet, people watching the live feed. They're curious, what's the transition, the changeover from street to drag race? What's the process? What do you have to do to that vehicle to make it right?
Well, we changed all the tires, put air filter on it. We block one throttle body off, and then we put some stiffer springs to hold the trailer. And we put some air duct into the cooling. Other than that, it's not that much, but it probably takes 1 hour, 1.5.
About an hour and a half to change over, and that's for their setup. There are some teams that take considerably more time because they're just that much more elaborate. I was talking to someone a little bit earlier, and the Pontiac Le Mans wagon with the 4 stacks, I mean, that's just a lot of stuff to take off and put on and take off and put on, and they actually have 4 guys working on that team to get it done in a timely fashion so they can make their races. So as you know, Michael, and you can tell people that are watching this live feed, there's a lot of moving pieces that aren't seen in Drag Week.
Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of work, and you never really want to get yourself into with the mechanical stuff to make it through the week. And we had a pretty bad one at Indianapolis. We actually had to change cam bearings in it, and
So you had some mechanical, you had to change cam bearings. That's going into the engine. It's not taking the engine completely apart, but that's going into the engine significantly to knock new cam bearings in it. Wow. And how long did it take you guys to do that?
we left the track at 10:30 at night.
10:30 at night, and it's 200 and some odd miles that you had to drive between tracks. So you arrived in the next venue at what time?
We were at the gate at 7 o'clock, but we didn't get any sleep.
No sleep. Again, I talked about this earlier. It's also your body. It's also largely your mind, keeping your mind together so that you can get to the end of this thing. Bottom line, and Mike, thanks for your time, but finishing is winning. You're a champion. You've gone all the way and done this and won it, but finishing is winning, correct?
That is exactly what you have to do with Drag Week.
You heard it from this guy. KJ Jones in the pits. Thank you, Mickey Thompson. Back to you and Brian.
Thank you very much, KJ. Look here again at Blasphemy sitting silently in the staging lanes. Man of the people, Tony Angelo, taking photos down there with the youths. It's nice.
Tony Angelo, stay tuned on YouTube. Mike Finnegan, Finnegan's Garage or Finnegan Speed and Marine on YouTube. Brian Loans is Brian Loans on YouTube.
Yeah, I ran out of ideas.
New video today, though, right?
No, probably for me it'll be a week or two till my next one that hits the airwaves. For you, though, today. New drop coming on the David Freiberger channel today.
It is coming up every Thursday, 3 Pacific.
Hello, Chris. Chris waving.
Hey, Chris, I bought an XL shirt with me for you if you want it.
Yeah, if we can schedule the murder a little bit later this afternoon, that'd be great. Yeah, if you could kill him tomorrow afternoon at about 3:30, that would probably be the most ideal time. Yeah, the Mr. Cole Leo is here to speak to you.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Another good peek down the staging lanes here is Foghole, 2 days in a row. It's a new one on me. Especially the sustained foghole. I mean, we've had these occasionally, but man, these you guys got good, robust, good, well-built fog. Time slips are going to be handed in at the Waterbox Bar that is on the pit side of the racetrack, first floor. And the official Hot Rod Drag Week merchandise is for sale on site next to the first set of grandstands on the pit side of the drag strip. So if you want to grab yourself, and you should grab yourself, Drag Week hat, Drag Week shirt, any of the Drag Week gear they have over there, you can make that happen. Our official Drag Week merch is for sale. Pit side grandstands up by the starting line. If you can't see that from where you're standing, just walk with your hands out in front of you until you run into a stack of T-shirts. So, of course, Drag Week will come to its conclusion tomorrow at National Trail Raceway. A lot of drag racing this weekend, though, out at Flying H Drag Strip outside of Kansas City. They got the big $150,000 to win Pro Mod race going on. We have our Betway Nationals down at ZMAX Dragway in Charlotte. It's that time of the year. This is, to me, the, late August through October is really one of the just primary chunks of competition for everybody. NMCA is going to be in Indy this weekend. They're finishing up their season there. It's their final race of the year. They'll be crowning champions and
lots of Dragon Drive going on right now.
And yeah, so we're going on right now. Race week's going on down south right now, and then out west the Redwood Rally is going on as well.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. They start and end at Reading, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to do that because there's some tracks I haven't been to up there. Although, when I got to Reading, I did achieve going to every single active drag strip in California.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yep, and have run many of them.
Have you gone to that 300-foot one now?
No. Oh, I'm going to have to go out there. Thanks a lot.
That's my gift. my gift is going,
You know what that reminds me of is we were doing the Hot Rod Pod podcast that you should check out. Remember we were talking to Billy Ganal?
Yes.
And he says, it's really point of pride for me that, I've now written for every magazine that my father worked for. And I go, except Sunset. And he goes,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely knocked
All
the
right.
stool off from under that one. He did not see that, nor did any of us see that one coming.
Right.
Josh, please report back to KJ Jones. KJ Jones needs you. He needs you. There he is. Okay. KJ, get someone to talk to? I got a text from KJ like a guy in a sinking ship. I'm not sure if it's SOS. KJ's walking into the woods over there. I'm not sure what's going on, but we'll check in with him in a minute. Yeah, so the Hot Rod Pod, we've done several episodes of that. You can check that out on, you can listen to it audio or you can check out the video version of it. But as I've said, the last couple days, new episode with Danny Thompson coming out shortly. And we're looking forward to trying to make that a more frequent program.
And if you've been having trouble finding the results on the very first day when they had an issue at hotrod.com and posted them on Facebook, that is now fixed. You can get results every day at Drag Week on hotrod.com, as well as stories and information about the other things going on behind the scenes here.
So KJ Jones is actually down at the Waterbox Bar, where the action happens for handling time slips. KJ, what you got?
Thanks, Brian. I'm in the Waterbox Bar / administrative office, I guess you could say, with Hot Rod Drag Week with Miss Tanya Turk. This is my friend, Miss Tanya, and she is the GOAT. You are the GOAT of Drag Week. These are the unsung heroes or heroines of Drag Week. The ladies in this room collect all of the time slips that the racers submit. They then tabulate all of the data that you see on hotrod.com, the results data, tabulated by this team right here. The drivers come in, they line up, see the ladies at the desk, give their time slip up, and then they come over here and they select the route. Now, for the first time ever, we've put the routes for Hot Rod Drag Week online, but it's always good to have a printed piece of paper. Again, old school is sometimes the best school. They grab the map, see what the route is, see what the checkpoints are, and then proceed on. But we had to give Tanya and her team a shout out because you guys do everything. We really, really, really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. No problem. Back to you, Brian.
Thank you, KJ, for that look inside. We have a racer in need, Josh Miller. Needs half-inch 20 screw-in wheel studs, needs 10 of them. It's a 73 El Camino pitted right past the food stand. They'll probably buy you a cheeseburger if you give them some wheel studs. Cut a very delectable deal on that one. So Josh Miller is a 73 El Camino. He's looking for half-inch by 20 screw-in wheel studs, needs 10 of them. I'm guessing for the and actually I believe he posted online that he had actually caught him starting to bend.
That's big.
Yeah.
He said they're half inchers?
Yeah.
Maybe he needs the 5/8. Dan Dinan there, 79 Malibu. There you are. Are we pronouncing your name correctly, Dinan? Oh, yeah, Betty White.
And there is that may actually be her.
I think that was the intent.
I mean, well, she's gone to the big drag strip in the sky, so. There's Brian Acton's Nova. Car that has and actively does get run at all different types of events, whether it's roadkill nights, whether it's drag and drive efforts like Drag Week and others.
Currently number 2 street race small block power outer.
Longtime ECTA racer, too. Raced a lot with us at Wilmington, Ohio back in the day.
With this car?
No, he drove a couple of different cars out there in standing mile competition. Back into the staging lanes. You know, we talk about attrition, but we talk about the starting numbers of this event and how they grew. About 40 cars in 05 by 2012, 218 cars by 2014, over 300 cars, and really 350 plus has been kind of a thing for a decade now.
I've told my story about how we've never turned away any alternate who
Yes.
showed up, any wait list person. And remember I said one time we had 3 extra people standing there and we just said, come on in?
Yeah.
And then you looked at the data and said, well, that can't be true because 387 was the biggest drag week ever. It was when we had a limit of 200.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a cap. There was an actual cap. And that cap was like this theoretical thing that came up on that, on this night, Drag Week 1, when we were sitting around that table having a conversation, you, me, Wes Allison,
Rob
Canan, and that idea was like, well, how big could you run one of these? Like, what is the defining number? And I think all of us kind of said, well, man, you could never do this with more than 200 cars.
Right.
And because logically you think, well, I know how much it takes, but we were not factoring in the shrinkage that happens. In these events, one, the attrition shrinkage, but two, the fact that unlike a normal drag race where people are making time trials multiple times, you have so many competitors only make one run. You're only seeing the field once maximum, and each day that actual field decreases anyway.
You know, a lot of people ask me about the roadkill show. When you first started, did you know it was going to become this huge? No. But when people ask that about Drag Week, did you know it was going to become huge? Yes.
There was definitely a palpable thing when we left that first event, as small as that first was. There was a thing that's like a lot of people are going to want to do this. A lot of people are going to want to do this.
We were all just so high on it. It had been an amazing week. And I remember when we sat around that table, we were there going, this has to happen again. And it did. And now it's 40 events worldwide in 3 continents.
JC from Strange coming in hot with those half-inch studs.
Boom!
73 El Camino guy, your studs are on the way. JC's going to deliver those babies. Now, Greg Hurlwood has hit me up saying he needs a 3.5-inch exhaust clamp. There's a photo incoming of this, which it may be inappropriate. So I'm not going to give any specifics until I get said photo.
Does it have to do with the shrinkage you were talking about?
They've already defaced our microphone flag of KJ Jones with the Champagne Express sticker. There's no telling what depths these guys will go to. Yeah, hey, man, the water was cold. I was in the pool. What are you going to do? How are we looking on any potential record averages this week? How about we take a little exploration there? I have all the current records in front of us. We know Unlimited won't get touched. Ultimate Iron, what is the standing average record?
6.7433, Bryant Goldstone.
So right now, Goldstone leading is at 674. 1. So he's there, but the one thing we don't know is what his condition is. We're told in the chat that he was broken down the side of the road. We're also told in the chat various things that don't exist actually do exist. So we can't trust that, but who knows? He is on a potential record pace. Alex Taylor in number 2. That would be a big leap to get down into the 70s.
Pro Street Power Outer, the current record on average is 744. He is now on a 754. However, we saw that Glenn Hunter also made his best run yesterday of a 700. Is he on the way to a 6 the last day?
I think Glenn could actually get there in terms of knocking that average down because that 831 was a big outlier for him.
Now, the big record conversation that we've been having all week is in Pro Street Naturally Aspirated. That is a big one people have been going after, and we saw earlier in the week that Mustang that had the big Sonny Leonard motor in it, Scott Miller, and he had the quickest pass
He did.
naturally aspirated in the history of Drag Week, which no one will remember because he did not make it past day 1, and the only thing that counts at Drag Week is the cars that finish. Matt Sweet is currently looking at a 3-day average of 782, and he is hunting Doc McIntyre's number of
803.
803. So if he's on pace, if he can hang, if he can get to the track tomorrow, that record could fall.
Fog update. I can see the 8th mile again. ETN speed blocks. That is an actual improvement.
If the judgment call was whether I conceded the 8th mile or not, we'd never race.
No, you put those glasses on, and I did not know you're legally blind. The thickness of those glasses. If you aim them at the sun, you could weld with them.
Yeah. You looked a lot better when I put them on, though. All blurry.
By all means, let me smash them. If that's the case, I am going to smash those glasses. For racers and builders who want more power, more longevity, winning performance from their vehicle's engine, Molly Motorsport makes the highest quality forged piston kits. Every Power Pack kit is backed by decades of engineering knowledge and experience that are consistently proven to perform at all levels of motorsport. Visit mollymotorsport.com and take your engine build to the next level. That's mollymotorsport.com. Not only does David eat the gas station Danish every day, there is a methodology to its consumption as well. He smushes it like a child.
You have to smash it flat.
He smashes it flat. Now, not to say that this is a very thick object to begin with, but it is reduced to like somebody ran it over with a steamroller. Let's show the camera.
Oh, he's gone to the booth so that you can see the Danish. Here's the game.
Why? Okay, let's just go down this rabbit hole because we literally have nothing else to talk about. Why?
You have to smush all the fat together. It's better when it's all condensed like this. Like I said, a Danish a day keeps the fitness away.
Now, have you ever gotten one that you can tell is very old? Like,
yeah.
Have you ever, like, you can...
They get a little crunchy.
I mean, you've eaten literally thousands of these things, so you can tell the ones that have a little bit of age on them.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you like them that way? For instance,
No.
Peeps. Like Peeps, you know, those little Peep things you get
Right.
around Easter? I like to open the package and let them
sit, let them
sit.
age.
They age, and they get, like, almost to the point where they crunch.
Almost like a blue cheese.
It is. Almost like a very sugary blue cheese.
Now, the other thing is sometimes you get one that they've overcooked a little bit.
Oh, boy.
No.
Have you ever written them a strongly worded letter?
No.
That their quality control is hitting the skids?
You know, it's a real disappointment when you do find the occasional truck stop that does not have the Bon Appetit to Danish.
There was a level of desperation in your voice yesterday when you said they don't have them. And I said, David, it's right there. Put on your glasses.
Next week, Drag Weekend Cooking Show.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of food discussion the past couple years on Drag Week. We have not settled the issue of whether a hot dog is a taco. Actually, I think you and I are solid on hot dog is not a taco.
We've settled it.
Hot dog's a sandwich.
Society settled that issue before it began.
And you know what? The chat room was on. If you put a hot dog on a hamburger bun, is it a hamburger? Hard no.
No, come on.
No.
Come on.
Not at all. A hot dog is a sandwich.
Hot dog is absolutely a sandwich.
Is this a Danish sandwich? Cream and berries wrapped in bread?
You know, I wish you'd never said that.
Well, it's pretty good.
I just don't. Yeah, lest anybody's just tuned in, I don't want them to think I'm the one.
Have you
eating
paid
that
for
Danish.
top billing here? What's the deal?
I
it
have.
loans and
I have.
Freiburger?
It's in the extensive rider that is attached to my contract.
Right.
VP Racing is the world leader in race fuel technology. For nearly 50 years, VP Racing has been fueling wins and championships in every type of motorsport and at every level. You can count on VP Racing fuels for top-notch performance and consistency in every batch, and with over 70 different blends, they're sure to have the perfect fuel for your racing needs. Visit VPRacingFuels.com to learn more. Win every race with VP Racing.
You know, Brian, old school auto part names are the best. Do you know why Purolator is called Purolator?
I actually don't.
It is so that you can have pure oil later.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And I'm sure you know the story of AC spark plugs.
Well, I know Delco. I know the story of Delco, but I
Yeah.
don't know the story of AC.
AC came well before
Yeah.
Delco. So, Albert Champion invented Champion spark plugs
Okay.
in a company that was owned by someone else and named Champion, not necessarily for his name, or they owned his name anyway. And he left on his own and started AC spark plugs.
There you
Albert
go.
Champion.
Nice.
And then Delco brought them in. Tell the story of Delco.
That would be the Dayton, right? Dayton Area Laboratory. And yeah, there was it's like all these early concerns. They were just making stuff and selling it to the OEs. And so many conglomerations happen over time. We look at the way things consolidate in the modern age, but in the early automotive age, the same thing was absolutely happening. These Federal Mogul, all these companies that would just join together.
Did Kettering start Delco?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Charles Kettering. Yeah, Delco Laboratories was how it began.
And tell them all what else Kettering invented. And you can't go down the list, but to me, the big one is ignition points.
I would disagree.
Yeah?
I would disagree. So today's world of autonomous driving and all the stuff they talk about autonomous driving was created by Charles Kettering.
Really?
The very first autonomous function on any car was the electric starter.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And if you you could draw a straight line from electric starters to self-driving cars if you really wanted to, because everything that's ever been done post that has been to remove some human part of the operation of the car, and it's been a series of lily pads people have jumped across, and the technology is way more advanced. But the electric starter, 1912 Cadillac, Charles Kettering, to me, is his most important contribution.
Isn't the university still called Kettering?
Yeah, my son wants to go there.
Really?
That's what, my son
Yeah.
Jack wants to attend Kettering University. That's what his goal is to go there. Yeah,
That would be cool.
it was the GM Technical University. They renamed it to Kettering.
STP?
You could be one of the millions of people that have watched David's story of this online.
Now, STP is scientifically treated products. What's interesting is I think Steve Mignante said in a video somewhere that it was Studebaker transmission products. I don't buy that. Here's the thing. Studebaker did own STP for a good long time. There are some references to Studebaker tested products, never Studebaker transmission products.
Well, if you're still awake, we're going to go down to KJ Jones.
Thanks, Brian. KJ here in the staging lanes with Stuart Barrett, a 1967 Chevy Camaro, a hodgepodge. It almost looks like General Mayhem with all the different colors in it and everything. But Stuart, you're from my neck of the woods. You're from Southern California. So collective with the Drag and Drive miles or the Drag Week miles, you've hauled a long way just to get here.
We were 2,400 miles to get here, 35 hours, 2 days, drive a windshield time. So it's been great. We've been having fun. First full drag week, we hit the 2 on the West Coast when they did them in 15 and 16. It was awesome. We had a good time. So built a new car just for this one. Little combination. We bought the roof and quarters and spent 1,300 hours in 13 months before start to finish to run. First full power A to B was day 0 here. We had a couple that we had to pedal it, got a little sideways. Other than that, it's just been ticking away. We've had an improvement in time a little bit every day. So that's my new goal, is to try to get a little bit better every time.
So just racing in a sense to finish first and foremost and for personal best.
Personal best, and we've had a personal best all 3 days so far.
And what does the car run?
It went 859 at 161.7 yesterday. So that was good. It was 875 on day 1, 865 on day 2, and 859 yesterday.
Right on. And what is the combination you have here?
This is a 367 or 76-inch LS. It's got a stock 6-liter iron block, 317 heads, a pair of 76, 75 precision turbos. Terminator E85, and it's turbo 400, and then just 9-inch 40 spline, gun drilled, having a good time. First one I've built, A to B, all the way back. Cage, motor, trans. Buddy did the rear end for me, but I did all the suspension, chromoly, first time with that. So we're just having fun, and it's running good, running cool, running better with the hood off. tried it with it on, but it wasn't quite happy. So we're just having a good time and kept going. It's a bunch of pieces that we bought off of Craigslist and Facebook. I bought the cheapest shell I could find.
And the cheapest shell you could find, so I'm going to assume this was pretty clapped out when you got it.
It was. I bought the roof and quarters, and the subframe was sticking out. And we put 2 quarters and 1 rocker on it. So, but it was $2,200.
$2,200 for a '67 Camaro. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Nice little guy. It was in Missouri, whatever, but he had the car stored up in Sacramento with his aunt, and he wasn't going to do anything with it. And it had a whole bunch of pieces cut out of the floor, the firewall. So we've kind of nicknamed it Patches because we've patched everything together. And so we're just having a good time, and I'm happy. It's making it. 850 pass was a goal. 849 would be the dream because it's got a funny car cage, and I'd like to justify all that extra work.
Well, I'm not saying you can run it out the back door on Friday, but maybe you can run it out the back door on Friday.
We're going to try. We're going to we let the same tune in all week, just seeing what it does. On Friday, we will put a little more to it. It's
That's like
19 pounds of boost on the top, 6 on the gate. So it's easy, taking it easy on it so far.
That's like back in the day when getting kicked out of the track for not having a roll bar was like a merit badge. So good luck to you with that, and thanks for your time. This is really cool, man. Really cool car and a long way to go. We'll see you back in California. We'll have lunch.
We will. You'll see us on the side of the road somewhere. Everybody's been telling. We saw it on pictures, and I haven't posted pictures of it yet. They saw the truck and trailer coming out here, and apparently people have been seeing it and talking to us about it. So it's been fun.
Right on, straight from LA. Thanks very much.
Thank
Now
you.
come on in here, sir. We have someone else.
Ahoy!
Ahoy! This is the say it with me. I am the captain.
I am the captain.
The captain of what?
I am the captain of Jenny.
And who is Jenny?
Jenny is my 1968 drift boat that we're now out here doing drag racing.
And how has that experience? I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. How has that experience been?
We've been in some rough waters. It is not exactly. We got the real drag week experience. I'm on my 3rd diff of the week, so we found the weak link, and sticky tires and good prep keeps breaking stub shafts and axles on the BMW chassis.
Now, 3rd of the week, have you brought 50 in that hull of a boat with you, or are you finding them at junkyards, or how are you making these repairs?
I brought one with, and I had to replace that one in National Trails, and then yesterday was going out and actually going to a junkyard and pulling one from a junkyard car, going back to the track and putting it in. We left US 131 yesterday about 7.
That's amazing. So that's also, for the people that are watching the live feed, and now it's starting to sound like a broken record, but attrition abound at Drag Week, and the things that you have to do, again, to stay in the fight. They went to a junkyard. Some people have gone on Facebook Marketplace to find parts, or just put shout-outs on the internet. Do you have this or that? And Racers Helping Racers here at the track are the various drag strips, where David and Brian will go ahead and put a shout-out out for somebody looking for whatever, and then somebody has it and brings it down to them. And that goes back to what I talked about yesterday, and the war wagons that people bring, those the trailers, and how they're supplied, how they're outfitted with various, even knick-knack stuff that sometimes can come through in the deepest clutch ever. So you've experienced that.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely put myself in a, I don't want to say worse spot because I have a BMW chassis, so I'm not finding any parts within, the drag community basically, because it's not a common chassis here. So I had to reach out yesterday to some of the drift, group that was kind of in the Michigan area. They pointed me in the right direction, so that was a great help.
And that drift group, the power of the internet, put a shout out online.
Oh, exactly. It got shared. It was one of those, just kind of from a buddy to a buddy, and it was like, hey, you guys are out this way. Can you help them out at all?
That's one of the cooler things about Drag Week, in my opinion, but I think that's really, really cool is that everybody, despite the competition, despite how fierce it is sometimes, the willingness to help, the willingness to pitch in and just get somebody to the next racetrack and ultimately to finish Drag Week. So good luck to you. Don't sink the ship, okay?
We're going a little softer. For today, Jenny's going to be missing the water box, and we're just going to leave the line. I'm not trying to break anything today.
Lessons learned. Thanks very much. KJ Jones in the pits at Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive, Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels, and Champagne Express bring you this live feed. Back to Brian and David.
Thank you, KJ. I believe the direction in which KJ was speaking has helped push the fog off the end of the racetrack. That was very well done. If we can do the next interview at about the 8th mile, that would finish the top end. But no, actually, we got good improvement. We can see the scoreboards. You've seen the traction compound sprayer. We can actually see the quarter-mile finish line now, too. So I would advise this. If your car is in the staging lanes, I'm not telling you to get in it with a helmet on yet, but I'm just telling you not to be the schmuck that is not there when we ask you to move. And it's like, hey, where are you? So please be near your car because we are definitely getting closer by the minute to firing this thing up. As soon as we get a somewhat clear visual of the top end and we can make sure we see you turn it out, we're going to be firing cars up as quickly as possible. We've got a couple of commercials. We're going to play them now because once we get the action rolling, we want to have uninterrupted coverage on our live stream. So if you're watching at home on MotorTrend, check this out.
Get the best racing features with MSD's Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. Completely redesigned, all in a smaller package. Find out more about MSD's latest products at Holley.com.
Now customers can save up to $140 when you purchase an MSD ProBuild ignition bundle. These packages include a ProBuild distributor, new Ultra 6AL ignition box, plus a Blaster 2 coil. Your complete ignition upgrade is one click away. Visit MSDignition.com for all the details.
Since 1963, the name Mickey Thompson has been synonymous with pushing boundaries and gaining traction where others dare not venture. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
You guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man.
Yeah.
Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the end shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
So checking in on the comment section, someone said it's a sad day when the fastest thing down the racetrack is a tractor. Wrong, pal. The fastest thing down the racetrack has been the race cars we sent before the fog came in. The beautiful sound of the rotator tractor at work.
Clay Milliken is watching the live feed. You must have missed my request, Clay, to tell the Milan story. You can make it brief.
Those slicks are screaming for mercy right now. This track, if you're, again, like I told you yesterday at 131, these guys have done a spectacular job today. If you got a big tire in the back of your car, don't show up with anything less than the He-Man tune-up in it.
Guy on the live feed asking, are spectators allowed and can they go in the pit area? Yes. Come on down, especially come to National Trail tomorrow. You can see this live and in person. You can walk right up to all of the cars. Same here today.
Brad Furman just going full troll. Would you rather work with Freiberger or Tony? I love both my sons equally for different reasons. What does that look for?
I got a note from David Newbern, of course, one of the stars of Faster with Newbern and Cotton. He said that right here at Milan was his very first appearance on an episode of Roadkill. Oh, yeah, he says he and Steve got the Hemi back together while we signed autographs, and Finnegan had a bloody face after Tony hit him in the head with a jack handle.
Oh, I forgot about that.
That's right. We went from here at Milan to our Roadkill Nights event, which at the time we were racing on Woodward down in Pontiac, and we were working on the Hemi. I think we were torquing a head back on or something like that, and Tony had a leverage handle on a wrench, and it slipped, and he socked Finnegan straight in the skull with a jack handle.
At M1 Concourse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was an M1, but we were racing on Woodward.
I was just putting it together. Like, I remember that moment in my head because you guys are working out of one of the garages there.
Right. And that's where Newbern first, like, basically was a viewer, walked up and offered his help, and he was a great guy. We, hired him for some other stuff. And then he was working on Finnegan's YouTube channel. And then he came on the Faster with Finnegan show, which turned into the Faster with Newbern and Cotton show. You can see all of that on MotorTrend Cable TV or streaming on Discovery Plus or Max.
All right, so drivers, please make sure you're by your cars in the staging lanes as we can finally see scoreboards and a finish line and a little bit deeper than that. So I believe we are getting close to having that conversation when we're going to start sending cars. So please, if your car is in the staging lanes, please be near it. So when we start rolling these things around the corner, we are all ready to go on the same page. Everybody's chomping at the bit to get back down the racetrack. Be interested to know how many of the racers that ran early were happy with their number and skedaddled
Quite a few.
before everybody else got hung up in the lanes.
It was a good track. They made some numbers. I think probably that's happening. Randy Bellahar. I think if I was him, I'd be on the road. Meanwhile, is that him right there? Oh, no, that's a different Firebird. Someone on the live feed was asking, are there people who just drive from track to track who aren't competitors? Yes, we have the Drag Pack.
The Drag Pack.
That you can join that comes with sort of a VIP experience. So, yeah, if you are not here this year on the Drag Pack, you can do that in coming years.
Yeah, you can totally cruise along. If David and Brian were going to run Drag Week next year, what class would they choose and what would they run and why?
Unlimited Tower.
Unlimited Tower Eliminator.
I think I am not low qualifier on that. Well, I am lowly qualified.
I'm lowly qualified as well. I don't know which class. If I was going to pick one, I don't know which. I mean, I think all the classes are cool for their own right, but Pro Street NA would be a really cool class to run. Just because it's kind of gotten to this point where these gigantic motors are showing up, I think there's something very interesting about that.
Yeah, just borrow a Mountain Motor Pro Stock car and
yes.
come on down.
Yeah.
You know, people ask me so often, why haven't you raced Drag Week? Are you going to run Drag Week? Probably not. A legit reason is I love doing this with Brian. We have a great time all week. This is like a great vacation week for me. I honestly would rather do this than be racing, but I could do another event. If I did this, though, and this is not a promise of any kind, I would probably join the hot rod class with my Model A because I've got a naturally aspirated 850 car, and it would be an absolute torture chamber.
Brutal.
Torture chamber. And the reason I never built that car to do this, one of the reasons is 410 gear, power glide, $6,000 converter.
Yeah.
It's not a street car.
First call goes to Rick Johnson if you're going to do that.
Well, no, it won't even fit in the chassis the way it's got an X underneath the frame and all that stuff. And so that car would slay if it would survive, and I don't think I would survive.
That would be a beatdown. F-bomb.
Let's not go there.
F-bomb should be here. That's the one you should bring.
Yeah, it should. That is the world's longest project car, overpromised and underdelivered.
Yeah, longest existent, lowest miles.
Right.
Achieved.
Got a little snoozing going on in the staging lanes.
Yeah, it's worth it because we've lost the scoreboards again.
Yeah, you save money on hotels that way. Yeah, there's no scoreboards down there.
This is the kind of the same situation we ran into yesterday where it just kind of facilitates back and forth on the depth of fog.
It's like the ghost of Dragstrip Hollow.
Yes.
It comes in
and
leaves.
Great episode of The Munsters.
Wasn't it a standalone movie, Ghost of Dragstrip Hollow?
I thought that was the episode of The Munsters where they went to Lions.
Yeah, Lions, which was actually called, what's the name of their town? Mockingbird Lane is what they lived on, right? There was another name that they put on Lions when they did that. I'm going to have to look up Ghost of Dragstrip Hollow.
So there is a performance shop on the grounds here, Dirty Harry's Performance Shop. So if you need odds and ends, if you're missing parts, pieces, we've been making those parts calls. If we've made one and you can't find it, you can go to Dirty Harry's and pick up likely what you need, or they can find you what you need as well. So there's speed shops on the grounds. We got all the racers out there with spare parts. Summit's out here as well. So you got options. Hardware, safety equipment, stuff like that. Okay.
The Ghost of Dragstrip Hollow, 1959.
Oh, man. Nice. Oh, that's cool artwork and stuff.
Yeah, it's probably worth looking up the poster for that. It's pretty radical.
It's a cool movie based around 15-second cars. Man, we lost the 8th mile again, too. It is coming right back up the racetrack. Brutal. Brutal. And you have found the Dragula episode of the Munsters.
Hot Rod Herman is what it was called.
So we're playing the atmospheric waiting game. Dennis Taylor actually built a version of the Dragula, I believe.
Oh, Dennis and Alex did, yeah. The Coffin Dragster. It's a gripping live feed when the hosts are standing staring at YouTube on a different channel saying nothing.
Robin Lawrence believes it's a conspiracy, and we get somebody from Hot Rod who has a smoke machine at the top end that's creating this situation. We were real close to having cars in the water box and making noise again here just a few minutes ago. We got a man down laying in the staging lanes. Yeah, if we can do a chalk outline around him, we can complete the investigation later on.
Guy wearing a blasphemy
it's Chris.
t-shirt.
It's
oh,
Chris.
It is Chris Reed. He's shooting for Mike Finnegan this week. He is a director on Engine Masters, Roadkill Garage, all that stuff. Faster with Newbern and Cotton. Go ask for his autograph. That's what I need to do. Go find Chris in the yellow vest, in the safety yellow vest.
Yeah, he's the one laying on the ground.
Yeah, ask for his autograph. Ooh, mini bike eliminator. That's a good idea. Can you imagine mini bike week?
Joe Sebergandi out in California was doing something similar, right? He had the big mini bike nationals or big mini bike show out there.
Joe's mini bike reunion. Chuck Stefanski there, the 81 Pontiac wagon. Looks like he's got his mufflers removed.
He has uncorked the upward swept zoomies, yes. You know, that was the era of these wagons and several GM models that the rear windows didn't go down.
All of the A-body wagons like that, every one of them.
Bizarre.
Rear
like
window
that was
doesn't...
one of the craziest, weirdest things ever. That those, I remember getting to my buddy, my buddy Pete Smith. His dad had a Bonneville or something. We get in, it's super hot. I go to put the window down. And Pete's like, I was looking for the window switch. He's like,
doesn't happen.
He's like, yeah, the windows don't go down in this car. I'm like, well, oh.
Actually, Will Hansel, who was here yesterday, former Hot Rod Magazine staffer, had one of these, and that's where I discovered the same thing. It removes all utility from the vehicle. I mean, how do you have your dog stick his head out the window? How do you know?
How do you clear,
Brian likes to wag a little tongue in the breeze once in a while.
How do you clear your throat after too many beers and you're getting a ride home? I mean, it's just the splashback factor is horrible.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, that'd be one of those things. I'm sure somebody's investigated why that happened, but it just is one of the more incredibly strange decisions ever made.
Got to be budget. And also look at the shape of the car. I think, thanks for swinging it back. See the wheel well opening?
Yeah.
Does it actually prevent it from getting down all the way?
Probably.
That's true in a lot of cars, though. Like even the cars where the rear window only goes down halfway because of the shape of the rear wheel opening.
Yep.
Still unacceptable. We're here in the Motor City. The guy who did this is probably in the grandstands.
Right. Or his uncle, son, or brother is. They'll be waiting for us at the base of the steps.
Right.
As a child, that engineer got his head caught in a car window, and he decided to exact his revenge and not allow it to have anybody else suffer that fate.
Here's a good story about that. I'll leave names and positions out of it, but person you and I know rather well is a journalist, and he's in talking to some GM people one time, and there's this one person who's in there, and we're just chatting. And this journalist friend of ours says, well, yeah, at least it wasn't as big of a mistake as the Pontiac Aztec. And this GM, officer who was in the room said, my father was in charge of that program.
And by mistake, I've an incredibly innovative design concept. Wow.
You know what? You can now say, oh, look at the dual buckets, dual racing seat buckets in the back seat.
In that thing.
That's pretty great. That looks comfy. I wouldn't want the window down at all if I was riding in there. Wow, that's cool.
We were talking about Evel Knievel in the car, and you've heard this story, but I think it's a good one. Ron Leake, the late Ron Leake, who ran Byron Dragway for so many years, created stuff like bracket racing, big money style bracket racing, the World Power Wheel Standing Championships, all kinds of great stuff came out of Byron. He had this great big booming voice, and he was actually Evel Knievel's stadium announcer during a stretch of the 1970s. So he would travel with Knievel anytime he was doing indoor jumps and stuff like that. So they get to a particular arena, and I thought he said it was somewhere around Detroit, but I can't quite remember. That's why my memory's triggered here. But they go in, he and Knievel walk in, and they meet this guy in the announcer booth, and this guy says, well, I'm the arena announcer. And Evel says, no, Ron is going to be the announcer for my show because he's the guy I bring around. There becomes this back and forth argument between Knievel and the guy who works at the arena. And if you know anything about Evel Knievel, he did not handle conflict that well.
He did.
He was going to win,
right,
one way or the other. So it gets heated. He eventually calms down, asked the arena announcer for the microphone because he wanted to hear what it was going to sound like. So he said, the sound check. We're talking mid-'70s, so these microphones were like a claw hammer. And he promptly took the microphone and smashed this guy over the head with it right between the eyes. Basically split the guy's forehead open, and he's laying on the ground rolling around. And Knievel says to him, now do you understand who's going to announce my show tonight? And then Ron Leake, in his unflinching way, said in his voice, he said, and then I announced the rest of the show with a piece of the guy's scalp in the microphone for the rest of the night.
I can hear him saying that.
Yeah.
As we're looking inside Glenn Hunter's car there.
Oh, you were mentioning company names and these legacy names. Prestolite.
Yes, go ahead and tell it.
So Prestolite, if you want to learn more, you can listen to the Dorkomotive podcast that I produced about it. But Prestolite came to fruition because it was a company that created automotive headlights that used acetylene gas. And so back in the day, you had to manually light all this stuff. Well, with Prestolite, you could have instantaneous bright headlights.
Because presto,
light. And you would just drive around with an acetylene bottle on the side of your rickety car, and at the blink of an eye, it could explode at any time and catch on fire. And then the factories where they produce the acetylene would blow up with regularity, sometimes next to hospitals. It is a pretty neat story. If it was something that I fell into looking up, and then the early history of automotive headlights is a lot more bizarre and explosive than you ever knew.
Where does the word presto come from? Prestidigitation.
Really? That's the actual full word?
Yeah. Well, no, that's sleight of hand is prestidigitation.
I see. Okay.
And so presto. We were just looking at Jim Treadle's 67 Firebird. He was sitting in the car back there. Our astute camera crew hearing me over the mic and swinging back to that car. I really dig that thing. They had a Camaro that looked kind of just like it with the same exact combo that was here a couple years ago, and I don't remember why both those cars fell out. But right now, this car you're looking at on the screen has run 759, 785, and 776. He's at the top of Super Street Big Block Power Adder. Verduro Green. Looks like we have a pretty good crowd walking around in the pits there.
Yes.
And some people watching fog in the grandstands.
And listening to it over the PA.
Which is nowhere near as bad as the fog inside the tower.
Right.
You've been remarkably reserved this week, as far as that goes.
Yeah, well.
It's never too late.
Don't count your chickens yet. That is Brian Acton's Nova we're looking at right there. Milan, an aftermarket company that's a mashup of two guys' names.
Don Alderson and go.
I don't know.
It is Milo someone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don Alderson I actually knew way back in the day when I was hanging around at Glendale Speed Center. We called him Dooner. That was his nickname.
Really?
Yeah, it's Dooner.
Lenco Transmissions, that was Len Abbott.
And Jeffco is
Jeff some or other.
Right.
Or was some or other. Now it's Rick Johnson.
Yeah.
That is actually your number one runner in Unlimited right now. That is Les Smith in that beautiful Camaro.
That car here has gone 725.80 and yesterday 6833.
Hey, KJ, where you at? What do you got going on down there, KJ? I'm putting you on the spot right now.
Make entertainment happen, KJ.
Yeah, KJ Jones, grab an unsuspecting victim. KJ is kibitzing. He's at the end of the staging lanes. We're going to sneak up on him here. Oh, he's with Galimi. Let's hear from Hot Rod director Mike Galimi, who just so happens to be KJ's boss. Be careful. Very, very careful.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks very much. And let's start here. Mike is my work, consult, associate. That whole B word, you know. No. It doesn't work with us. It doesn't work with us. This is my guy. For the people watching on the internet, Mike Galimi here is the content director for Hot Rod. But first and foremost, and more important, he's my longtime friend. I've known this man since before he had a driver's license.
Yep. That's. I think a lot of people don't realize that because they know you from LA, but.
But I'm from New York. I'm born and raised in New York, okay?
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, I was like 15 years old when we met at the street races.
Well, you're not just as close where we met.
Okay.
We met somewhere in Mexico. How about that? But, Mike, Hot Rod Magazine, Hot Rod Drag Week, what do you think, man? I mean, this is the 20th running. This has really been one hell of an event so far.
Oh, it's incredible, right? Just so many different stories. Everyone's experiencing it a different way. But, you know, I kind of think of it like Monday we were looking at the quickest and fastest ever, right? Most 6-second cars, most 7-second cars. You know, now it just start falling off. And it's changed the whole dynamic of it, of the top side of this.
Exactly. The way it seesaws and, you know, between today and tomorrow, down to the thousandth of a second becomes more and more and more critical across some of the, well, not necessarily the ultimate class, but some of those middle classes and beyond that. It becomes so critical, the thousandth of a second. We always talk about Super Street Small Block Power Adder and that 850 index. And, you know, Randy Seward has been looking really, really good. But there's still math from Randy and beyond that could determine second, third, and fourth and beyond places.
All it takes is one bad pass for the average. But if you're behind looking to move ahead, that window's getting smaller and smaller right now, right? Like Brian Acton right here is sitting number 2 in that category behind Randy, and they need to really tighten up the package. It's like how many runs you're going to make when you get on the road. Now it starts to, the strategy's important, but now it becomes that much
kind of critical.
Yeah, that much tighter.
Definitely. So what's going on? Let the people watching on the internet, what's going on at Hot Rod Magazine right now?
We're just doing what we always do, right? Like you say magazine, but we're way beyond that, right? We're a quarterly at this point. We're working on the streetcar issue, which will include Drag Week coverage. It'll be out, I say we wrap it up in about 3 weeks. So in about a month and a half, 2 months, we'll have another issue out. It'll be all streetcars, heavy concentration on Drag Week. But, the website and social media are our 2 big medias at this point. We've got a new guy, Josh, on staff who's doing a great job socially. Hopefully everyone's following us. He's been just super active with stories and getting posts up there, bringing in the photography from Kevin Diassi and Renz. Just trying to give a good look into what's happening if you couldn't make it here.
And there's a California racer that we interviewed a little bit earlier here at Drag Week. What's coming up on the West Coast?
We got Power Tour West. So if you're feeling adventurous, you want to head out west, we're going to start at Pomona. We'll be the only people outside of NHRA to be drag racing on Pomona this year, which is always fun. Then we're going to head down to San Diego, up to Palm Springs over to Lake Havasu, and then Lake Havasu, we're going to head over to Chandler, Arizona, and finish up out there.
Power Tour West. And last year, we had several cars from the east, from Florida, from Maine, I believe, New Hampshire. In the middle, we had some Kansas cars. So if you want a good time and just a cruise with some good, like-minded car people, come on out to Power Tour West. It's really going to be amazing. But for now, Mike, thanks very much for your time. Thanks very much for your friendship. Thanks very much for your guidance when you give it. I know I'm a hardhead sometimes, but, thanks for your patience and tolerance, you know what I'm saying? And more so, thanks for bringing aboard with Hot Rod. I had a great time so far with it. Mike Galimi, our content director. KJ Jones in the staging lanes at Hot Rod Drag Week 2024, presented by gear vendor Overdrives. Thank you, Mickey Thompson's and Wheels, for this live shot.
KJ, Finnegan's hanging out at the starting line. Go harass him. Right up to the starting line. He can tell you the story of the Hemi that is hanging by the skin of its teeth.
And he's up there with Rick Johnson as well.
Gear vendors action, of course, being used by so many of our competitors and has been for so many. Lonnie down there at the finish line, which is a beautiful thing that we can see Lonnie at the finish line. So what we're, I believe, doing here is setting up a system of spotters that will communicate down there as we get ready to fire cars up. It would be too much further delayed, so we're going to have some folks down there in the shutdown area to be able to keep an eye out and have a clear view that we maybe not have from the tower. So safety number one, but we also want to make sure we get cars heading down this surface. KJ's on the move. We're putting a couple people into position. You're going to hear race cars fire up. And right on time, KJ Jones down there with Mike Finnegan. It's all yours.
Oh, okay, good. KJ here with Mike Finnegan. Blasphemy. Mike, we'll start with how you doing.
I'm a little sleepy.
Because you've had 20 minutes of sleep?
No, we're doing good. We've had 11 hours for the week.
11 hours for the week versus how many have you had in the past? Is this better or worse in the past? You've had challenges, it seems like every time you've done Drag Week.
All right, I'll sum it up for you. We have a tote in our trailer at the very bottom, and it's the oh my God no tote. You don't ever want to go in that tote. We've been in that tote all day, every day of this trip.
And to fix or repair or patch together what?
Day number one, we left the track. 20 minutes later, broke a rocker arm. Day number two, the water pump broke, but not completely. So it would start to move, then it would stop. Not enough to stop us, but we basically took Pete Harrell's motor to 240 degrees for 300 miles.
Oh my goodness, 240 degrees?
The whole time.
And head gaskets hung in there?
I mean, so far, I'm not going to look at them. I'm just going to go.
And as far as going, okay, you've been going and you went 870 yesterday. You went up on the bumper.
Yeah, that was driver error, the whole bumper thing.
Well, explain the driver error. So don't make the mistakes that Mike made.
Oh yeah, don't do this. You know, or do it better for sure, which wouldn't be hard. So what happened on Tuesday was, I heard the track was, you know, less than stellar, and when I went up to the starting line, I got out of my routine, and I was sitting there bumping in. It took way longer to bump my car forward than it normally does, and because of that, I forgot to turn on the two-step. And so instead of launching at 4,400 RPM, I launched it at 8,000.
Proceed to climb the ring gear.
Yeah, so it has a slipper clutch, and it just applied all that centrifugal force to it, and the higher the RPM, the more clamping load, and it stood straight up. So anybody that said that track was garbage, the first 8 feet was amazing.
And subsequent, you had some midnight auto that you had to take care of. I guess Johnny Lindbergh helped you out?
I texted Johnny. Richie Crampton came by the pit, and we were going to go there, but when we left the track, the engine started misfiring really bad. And we didn't want to drive it to Johnny's because it's a little further than Jake Sanders. So we went to Snake Enterprises. Snake built a new steering shaft because we bent that doing the wheelie. And then Tony Angel and I just spent hours there trying to fix the misfiring on cylinder 7. We ultimately didn't fix it. So we left at 11 o'clock, went back to Indy because Schroeder and N's car were still there. We borrowed some smart coils from them, spent 2 hours there trying to fix the misfire and didn't fix it. And finally at 1 in the morning, we left Indy and just went with a motor that was overheating and misfiring for 300 miles. And we got to Martin yesterday. And I think we got there at 11 a.m. And I heard all about this fog. I never saw it. That's how late I was.
That's just, an incredible story. And you think about what everybody's going through to get through drag week. You know, not everybody has as deep of a challenge as you, but nobody's perfect in this thing. You know what I mean? You just have to keep grinding, and I'm glad you're doing that. Got some engines fired up here, man, so I'm going to give it back to Brian and David right now. KJ Jones in the pits, drag week.
Thank you, KJ. And yes, we are sending cars down the drag strip. If you go, how are we doing that? We have people positioned down this racetrack at the finish line and through the shutdown area that will communicate with each other. The pace will be a little slower than we're used to, but we will not send any cars until we know that the top end is clear. Brian Acton going to be one of these cars heading into the fog in the morning. The stick shift sign-up list. If you're going to be part of the stick shift shootout tomorrow at Columbus, Ohio, you will sign up for that when you hand in your time slip, which is at the Waterbox Bar. Lots of folks heading to the grandstands as they should. Jeff Mole on one side, Brian Acton on the other. Acton going to try to run exactly 850. Mole goes to 172, and then Acton leads, wheels up. Nice launch here at the 8th mile. He's going 542. He is way too quick for his own good. Goes 849 with an 8. He scrubbed a bunch of speed. 849, 159. He was 2 thou too quick. Jeff Mole goes 928.7 at 144. Just 2 thou too quick. Acton went through with a 542 in the 8th, which is typically meaning you're going to run somewhere in the 840 range at that, or 830s even.
That is Bob Perry on the right-hand side in the Chevy truck. This thing has gone 970, 959, and 959.
And Corey Pant coming up. This will be Pant's second run of the morning. He was among the early takers of the drag strip before the fog rolled up. Is continuing to dissipate out there. Pan had the better light, but Perry's got the quicker truck. 113 in the 8th. The square body Chevrolet goes through a 964 at 138 to Pant's 993.6.
Oh, that's right on pace for Pant. He's trying to hold on to his number 3 position in all motor small block, and it is a tight race between him and Joe Ocone.
So the multicolored 67 Camaro rolls up on the varsity side of the drag strip, Stuart Barta. And on the opposite side, it is Mike Mayone, who has had a week of work with him and his boy here working on this car, sliding transmissions in and out of it, but they're battling through the whole thing. They are trying to run 850.
And Barta on the left is second in modified power adder. This should be an 8-second car.
Mayo's not in yet. Now he goes in. Mayon's looking pretty healthy out here. Goes a 5:55, a little behind the pace for an 850 run. Goes an 8:54 at 163, not too shabby. Barta goes 8:82, 2 at 158.49. Cody Helger coming out, the Helger Brothers Speed Shot 55 Chevrolet out of Rhode Island. These guys have had some primo cars over the years, including owning and actually running Ohio George Montgomery's 1971 Mach 1 bodied funny car with a blown camera in it. They would actually come up to Epping with it and make runs in the car with the OG camera motor in it.
And right now he's spinning the gas. Wheels straight down there. He's going to drive all the way through it. I think he pedaled a little bit when it got sideways right there. He's going to go down to the 8th mile at 6:19 and the quarter mile 9:67 at 140 miles an hour. On the right hand side, 9:52 at 139.7.
That is a killer run, and Cody's driven funny cars and all kinds of stuff, so he is no stranger to getting hairy out there, and that was the biggest wheel stand we've seen that car pull.
Yeah, and he's
Beware
slowed
Finnegan.
down as a result. That's been a 9:49, 9:55 car, and he lost a 10th off that.
All that shine, all that traction compound, the rotation and drag has left us with a world-class starting line here at Milan Dragway. Ken Cuttle across the racetrack. And Cuttle going to go into the fog at full throttle at 9:52.7, 139. The vet of Jason Willis goes 10:65. We can actually see the cars getting to the end of the racetrack now from here, which is a nice change of pace. Jeff Oppenheim, Steve Brack. So Steve Brack fully staged. Oppenheim now bumps his turbocharged LS power up to begin with. And Brack is going to scoot down to the stripe first. He goes at 8:49.5, just missed it by 0.005, 160 mile an hour as Jeff Oppenheim goes 8:87.5 at 154. And Jason DeSheim coming up right now. Roots blower for Moss in the 1966 Chevelle. DeSheim has that white fastback Mustang of the 1970 model year construction. Shine goes 8:63, 155, and Moss goes 13:14, 103. That thing was laboring hard. Might be the factory lead body Chevelle. Rarely seen. Mike Galimi up here in the timing tower, still basking in the glow of that KJ Jones interview at the starting line. The endorphins still flowing. TJ Linebot, Greg Black coming up now.
Greg Black on the left-hand side, the 66 Mustang should be good for 1070s, 1090s. You can see it puff every time he shifts the thing. Weinbach goes down 853, 160 miles an hour, and a 975 at 143 for the Mustang.
Here comes Randy Baker. Wayne Baker coming up in the Chevy 2 to take on the clock. Running next to him will be Frank Romano, who is currently leading his category. Romano, this is a 509 cubic inch stick shifted big block Chevy in that silver 55 Chevy.
And Wayne Baker is the competition for Mike Finnegan. He's probably going to lay down an 879 or 880 right now, as he has throughout the week.
Frankly, that's what he needs to do, because Finnegan has set his sights on trying to chase him down. If he runs that number, Finnegan's going to have to be in the 850s today. Pedal out there just before the 8th mile, and Baker's going to go at 871 at 155 miles an hour. Well, with a pedal he picked up some, 1026, 137.
As it gets more interesting, his best number of the week, 879. So he has beat that just now.
And it did seem like at one point in that run, he kind of flipped the throttle.
He did. And I thought it spun a little bit off the line, too.
Maybe there's an 869 hiding in there. If that is the case, it makes life even more complicated. Meanwhile, Frank Romano went 10.26.3. James Boyles and Bill Schwartz coming up now. Schwartz, that tomato red Chevelle. Beautiful Black Nova here of James Boyles.
Boyles is one of our Pro Street Power Adder cars. Looks like he struggled a little bit on day one with a 1046, but it has been a low 8-second car yesterday, 829.
Boyles has gone an adventuresome route this week with a turbocharged LS combination. Breaking new ground out here at Dragway.
Ingenuity in action.
Ingenuity in action. Somewhere Wally is smiling. All right. Bill Schwartz says, come on with your bad self here. Randy Seward, let's see if he can run a 50. He goes a 48.9, 160. Boyles goes 8.11.5 at 170.
His best time of the week.
All these high 40s and guys missing that 50 index by a hundredth or a couple of thou, indicating that there is such good traction out here. John Ferrone coming up, the human highlight reel in this Australian Dodge Charger. It is right-hand drive. It is a turbocharged big block Chrysler engine.
572
wedge style.
With a billet Predator style head. It's not really a wedge.
And Doug Kistler. Kistler running the 307 decals, or logos I should say, in the front fenders of his Nova. I think that.
Wow, on it, off it, back and forth, bouncing on the slick, picking up the front tires. Once again, human highlight reel. In the right-hand side, Doug Kistler, 10.08, 135.
Yeah, Kistler was saying, keep that thing away from me as he was going down the racetrack. You know, Ferrone did have the right approach here, just too much of it. You kind of have to make wheel speed on a very tight racetrack. Once he was pedaling the race car, he blipped on and off the throttle and kind of bounced the thing off the ground. That is a big, heavy car, and it did not want any part of being told what to do on that particular run. As Jay Grabiak and Vinny Barbone come up right now. Barbone, the Monza Spider. Small tire car, and Grabiak in the 55.
Running 980s. A 934.9, 137 for Vinny. Grabiak goes 987.5. Erkowitz there doing the burnout on the right-hand side past the Christmas tree. This is number 2 in Pro Street Power Adder. He is chasing Glenn Hunter.
As the old saying goes, beauty's only skin deep, but ugly goes all the way to the bone. And Erkowitz's car is not going to win you a beauty contest, but man, it's a runner out there, and it has worked very well at every track we've been to. Kanan Hall coming up here in the pickup truck, complete with the bedside grab handles.
It's a nice play. That truck has, wait, let me see, Turbo LS motor in it.
No way! It was good of you guys to give those away during check-in day.
They were in the goodie bag.
Biggest wheel stand we've seen Hall's truck pull all week. Oh boy, he just threw a belt off it though. Temperature gauge is going to be skyrocketing momentarily. 8:08.8, 171 for Erkowitz. A 984.8 at 134 for Hall.
That thing's got a serpentine system. He probably knows that he lost the belt when he attempts to make the turnoff and has no power steering.
Hey, about a 10th off of what his normal pace was. We'll probably see Evan again. I'm sure he wants to maintain his 7-second average and streak of 7-second runs. Next pair is fired up. One of David's favorites up here, the Pontiac Firebird. And Les Smith coming up, our current leader in Unlimited. Backing up to the starting line, Smith class move, puts his power window down. Gauge is reversed. Smith's car is a wild piece. The more you see the inside of it, it's nice and clean and beautiful. The whole thing's well done, but there is a lot of tubing inside the driver's compartment and whatever remains of the passenger's compartment of that car.
And Jim Treadle on the right-hand side, also a class leader in Super Street Big Block Power Adder. A string of 7s for this car all week as well.
Jim Treadle got the job done, 766, 181 miles an hour. You saw Smith's car build a lot of wheel speed there, brake traction, rotate right. Smith will be back to take another swing at it. Glenn Hunter coming up now. He just watched what happened there to Smith's Camaro. Hunter going to come up here, and he's going to be moved him over to the left-hand side a little bit. So Glenn Hunter being led into the beans by Greg Hurlbut down there. Jason Burgesson will be across the racetrack. Rob Senker coming up. Chuck Stefanski. We know that Mike Finnegan's going to be back there somewhere, getting close to making the turn. Great crowd here today at Milan Dragway. Thanks all for coming out and waiting out the fog with us. Now we're talking. Glenn Jason Burgessson will go through at a 7:44, 179, but I thought Hunter was going to make the trip.
Man, that was beautiful to 300 feet.
It was looking proper, and then it busted loose out there. But man, he is looking for a 6-second time slip. He's got his 200. He wants his 6. Oh, 774 for Burgessson. Thank you. Rob Senker rolling up next to Chuck Stefanski. Stefanski's been down in the 720s. How about Senker?
8-0. So maybe we'll see a 7 out of Stenker in the wagon right now.
Matt Sweet going to be coming up in the next pair as well. A couple of hitters in the naturally aspirated realm. Stefanski's on a repper down there, 7:16, 194. That's his best run of the week so far.
And Senker 806 with a turbocharged actual Pontiac motor in that thing.
Craziness. Stefanski 7:16, 194. They are inching that thing toward the 6-second bracket, and that is a quantum leap ahead from the 720s he's been running all week. So Matt Sweet on one side, and on the other, that absolutely drop-dead gorgeous Chevelle. Sweet's cars hunt around a little bit through the 8th mile. Man,
smokes it.
Lots of smoke down there, similar to what we saw happen to Scott Miller. A 9:34.9 at 77 for Sweet. And a grimace and a quick turnaround on the starting line for that team. 8:51 on the other side.
As he does pull over to the wall, we see him getting out. Still smoking out of the front. He's pounding the top. He knows what's going on.
So as you can see that long shot there, Matt Sweet taking his gear off. He has all the body language signs of a guy that knows something bad just happened.
Waiting for the helmet throw? No. The glove throw. We got the glove throw.
Gloves got chucked. I think the
Hans device throw,
got a little dink right
toss
there. So let's talk about naturally aspirated now, because this is going to become what appears to be a ever-evolving conversation here, especially with the way that Matt's reacted. Jeremiah Kirby, who just ran down, would now move to the #1 spot in the event that these guys cannot continue. So we're going to aid Matt Sweet getting off the top end of the racetrack and pick things back up again here in just a moment. This is the nature of the business of Hot Rod Drag Week, presented by Gear Vendors. Live streaming coverage brought to you by Mickey Thompson. This is the attrition comes on the drag strip. It comes for Ned Dunphy on the highway. There are monsters lurking around every corner.
You know, I think we saw the emotion when he got out of the car there, pounding stuff, throwing stuff. This means a lot to people.
Yes, it does.
There's no prize money involved here. You're doing it for the respect of your friends and for a jacket.
Yeah, and there's, people say, oh man, what must be super disappointing to get eliminated on the first day. Well, that same emotion is going to travel with you. And at this point, I almost feel like it'd be more painful to have come this far to be within almost smelling it to get back to Columbus and have something happen.
Yeah.
And we're speculating right now. We don't know, but having seen a lot of this stuff like you, having seen the driver's reaction and the fact that they're kind of spent a lot of time looking under the car, this just doesn't bode well. Nor does David's sudden onset of tuberculosis here in the tower. That does not bode well either. So they're getting a look under the hood, and again, I think that is for inspection purposes there. You can see a couple of rags being brought out. Yeah, we're going to get that car moving here in just a moment.
Right out in front of my house. I heard into about midnight one, and then it came about 4:35. They started rolling back through. I seen them going through most of yesterday evening. To me, it's hopefully nice to get here. What's that? At least kind of nice, hopefully,
Here's a good question on the live feed. If he can make it to the next track and just break the beams, can he still get the record pass? Technically, yes.
Yeah, it would still go down as a single pass record.
Single pass record, not an average. But
Right.
yeah, if he
But
can make
count
it
as
there,
an event, it would count as event completion. So yes,
exactly. That would be interesting. I'd love to see it.
He's up there.
Another question: does everyone get a jacket or just the winners? That would be just the class winners. Said maybe we should have emotional support animals in the pits for these types of situations.
Have you ever seen these people? I thought they did. That's what your co-driver's called.
Well, you're kind of a big teddy bear. Maybe you could go down there and do
Easy.
some consoling.
We'll let America decide that. So they're going to put the hood back on the car and get it off the top end. Hooking a tow strap to it up there.
I understand.
Jackets and drag racing go back to the earliest days. That the idea of this sport is, I don't know why, but this sport's always been about jackets, whether it's Lions drag strip, guys would set a track record, they get a jacket. I mean, really, every single step of the way in drag racing, from track championships to the very first hot rod shootout, always been about a jacket.
And I do miss the embroidery on the old ones. Super cool.
Alex Taylor, we met under crummy circumstances yesterday, but beyond that, she said, "Did you hear what I bought?"
Keith Black
I bought
jacket.
a Keith Black jacket. I said, "No, it looks great." And she said it was funny because she was considering buying it. And they said, "Go ask Freiberger and he'll just crush your dreams and tell you not to get it." She's like, she said she was shocked, and you said, "Do it."
Right.
Yeah.
No, she actually already had it at that point. She was just seeking validation.
I got you.
Because the other people were like, oh, no, this guy's going to crush your dreams.
No.
Yeah, not going to happen.
As a fellow Keith Black jacket enthusiast, I was happy for her purchase.
Now, yours is the original silver and black, right?
Oh, yeah. No, it's blue.
It's blue.
I have the 1977 blue puffy jacket.
Oh, the blue puffy.
Oh, yeah, the blue puffy.
That
is
way
the
to
OG.
go. Yeah. Yeah, the blue puffy is really good.
And KJ Jones is down in the staging lanes. Let's go down to him.
Thanks, Brian. KJ Jones in the staging lanes with Graham here. Graham is in the ultimate class, and the way things are shaking out, Graham is now a player, a big-time player in the ultimate class. But to get here, we drove past you yesterday, and you were on the proverbial side of the road on jack stands. What was going on?
Yeah, so last night we ended up on the side of the road with a squeak in the front end, and turned out to be a wheel bearing that is a pretty hard one to get a hold of. So we ended up about 2:30 last night. We finally made one out of about 4 or 5 other wheel bearings, and it seems to be holding up good at 200 miles last night, and still tight this morning. So we're about to see how it likes 200.
So really quickly now, how do you make a wheel bearing?
5 or 6 other wheel bearings that are close, and die grinder, and a bunch of valve lashing tools that we cut up and press fit. So it works.
I tell you what, Graham, David Freiberger and Mike Finnegan are very proud of you for that type of on-the-fly innovation. And again, that's one of the things that you have to deal with when you're riding around on Drag Week. Anything can happen, you have to be ready to take care of it. But right now, in Unlimited, you're sitting pretty good, son.
Yeah, number 4, Gold's on the way, and the big tire cars were struggling yesterday with the track being so tight. The 315s, we were in heaven. But we'll see with this track. It looks good, so we should be able to make a clean one, and hopefully one and done, hit the road. It's all about making it to tomorrow.
Exactly, and 315 with nitrous oxide, not a turbocharger.
Yeah, the turbo cars are really cool and they're really fast, but I think we're the only nitrous car on property that's spraying more than 2,000 pounds per hour. So in my mind, we're the only nitrous car on property now since Schroeder left. But we're representing, man. We're nitrous guys. We're from the South. It's a 484 motor, all steel, all glass, and we like to run the quarter from time to time. So we'll see how it does.
Now, 484 engine from the South. After you finish this, will you go and try to run something with Mike Hill in that big 484 shootout that they have coming up as end of the year finale?
No, we don't mess with them boys. They're 500-600 pounds lighter than us and 400 or 500 cubic inches bigger than us.
A lot of cubic inches bigger than
Oh, very much. I know some 484 guys that their cubic inches start with a 9 and ours starts with a 7. So,
and when we say 484, we're talking about the bore space of a big block Chevrolet engine. That's standard bore, correct?
Yes, sir. Standard bore. This is an extra tall, somewhat hard to get 11.2 block from Brodex, but still standard bore space. And you always are in there playing with your cylinder walls. On the road, it's really hard. If we had a filled block, this thing could be 800 inches, but with having water in there, the cylinder walls just get so thin, you come out here and tear some stuff up.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, Graham. Good luck to you. KJ from the pits, Drag Week 2024. Mickey Thompson, thanks for the live feed.
Taking it back here, going to look back in the staging lanes as our equipment is pulling off the racetrack. That means we're going to be pulling cars into the water box once our ambulance makes it back to the starting line area.
We were mentioning that jackets are the award at this thing, but of course there's also the gear vendors' guitars.
Yes, the guitars have been a part of this for as long as Rick Johnson has been involved in that. Dates back almost two decades.
Yeah, and the guitars are for the top 3 quickest cars overall, regardless of class. The gear vendor guitar, and for the 20th running of Drag Week, Brian and I both got our first guitars.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rick. That was very generous of you to include us in the guitar count this year, and I will certainly display it with pride.
And of course, the overall winner also gets the Gear Vendors Trophy.
Yes, the Gear Vendors Trophy that Rick designed back in the day. 426 Hemi and a guy hanging on for dear life on the back of that thing.
Riding the torque flight.
So we can see the one dude left at the top end. He's just checking the surface up there to make sure nothing hit the deck from Sweet's car.
Why is race week and drag week on the same week? It's not like we coordinated
right,
it.
No, it was
two completely different operations, and I don't think there's any malice involved either way. This is, well, actually, this week is a week later than the traditional running of drag week, but for the past 3 years, it's been on this week, and I think it will maintain that position. And I think they already had their week scheduled. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, there's only so much time in the year, and as we talked about yesterday with Mike Galimi, to find drag strips that are A, available and capable of holding on to fast cars, and B, capable of opening up in the middle of the week, your geographic areas can get limited sometimes. They're all the way down in Texas, Louisiana area. I think they're in Monroe, Louisiana today. So it's not like we're competing on real estate, and they're having their event down there, which I understand is going pretty well. We're having our event up here, which I understand is going pretty well from what I've seen of it. And so it is just another indication of how this scene in drag racing is so vibrant and healthy because, again, out in California, there is a third drag and drive event going on at the same time.
Up in Northern California, yeah. You know, I'm okay with the fact that some of these drag and drive events are not that hardcore. They're about the experience.
Yes.
And it's cool that a bunch have started that are just weekend events.
Yes.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, so you can drive home Sunday, things like that?
We did 2 of them out west. We did drag weekends twice. One was a Tucson, Chandler to Tucson weekend. The other one was a Tucson, Chandler to Fontana weekend.
Fontana, rest in peace. Speedway's gone.
Brutal.
What?
That whole scene was brutal. Losing that whole place is just brutal.
Yeah, the whole place.
Wow, Steve Speece is here. That is fantastic news.
We're looking at the Nova on the live feed that's loaded with a Boss motor. Happy to see him back because he is definitely a player for top 3 in Ultimate Iron and overall. He fell behind Alex Taylor yesterday, but obviously here for a comeback.
And speaking of Alex Taylor, she is going to roll in the lanes right behind Steve Speece, her #1 competitor right now. No sign of Bryant Goldstone yet. Not sure if he's on the property, not sure where he is. We, of course, have been cloistered up here at the tower, so I don't know if he's rolled in the gate early or not. And our next pair into the water box, and we are back up on the action, and we're getting serious with it. Class leader coming up right now. All right, next pair rolling in. Mr. Deal in the Mustang. And Jim Weiser in the Monte Carlo.
Now, Deal swapped spots with Bergeson for class lead yesterday, and Deal is now ahead and trying to hang on to that.
Way through the first 8th mile. Really nice job of actually keeping that car with some momentum. He's going to coast to a 9:44 at only 1:11. He'll be back again. Jim Weiser goes 9:26 at 1:31.
Now Andrew Starr doing his burnout in the 56 Chevy. Chad Garut in the left-hand side.
Garut purging the nitrous. Big plume over the roof of the Whiz Bang Racing Mustang.
Captain Billy's Whiz Bang. What's the reference?
No clue.
The Music Man.
Oh, God. Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Captain Billy's Whiz Bang being a comment.
Andy Starr is on a nice, clean run. Very well executed in the 56 Chevrolet, 938, 145. Garut goes 1075, 123.
That was Starr's best run of the week.
Watching the Blasphemy 55 creep its way forward, the Gremlin, bunch of other heavy-duty equipment in line as well.
And Bob Ruppel's car purging some nitrous on the starting line, or on his way to the starting line.
A lot of purging happens when you lay your eyes on this thing. Nitrous and otherwise. Winter Mint Green is the legal name of this color, I believe. Goes 937 at 147. There is not a person here that didn't know that car that was looking at it thinking, yeah, it's probably a low 9-second car.
Yeah, and the way it goes down, I was looking at it leave, and then I glanced down, the tire's dinky. It's like there's a mismatch in your perception of what should be going on.
It is a good working car. That color lulls you into a false sense of security with that thing. 961.6, 151. Speaking of false sense of security, this car is evil. The Honda that is all-wheel drive, that has been running in the 8s, that fragged the transfer case but got it fixed yesterday. In the Nova of Andrew Slater.
That's a Vega.
I mean, sorry, the Vega man just like.
Listen to
122 in the 8th mile. Rob Courtney goes 9:07 at 156 miles an hour. That is so awesome. 9:10 for Slater.
That little Honda, I think 888 is his best number of the
Yeah.
race.
And I don't know if he's, I got to talk to him about what he's, the driveline setup. We know it's a CRV transfer case he uses to make the car wheel drive, but I'm interested to know if he's actually riding the clutch pedal out off the starting line, because it leaves, when it broke the transfer case, and it dead hooked all 4 tires, so he's doing something to keep that thing alive.
Well, I think he lost his ET right here, 60 to 200
Clip
feet.
the rev limiter.
Yeah. Randy Seward to the right-hand side is our leader in street race small block power adder, essentially an 850 index class. He is the only guy who has averaged 850X to this point. I think he ran earlier today and won a 51, so he's back to get a 5-0. That's not going to do it.
And Dan Dinan coming up as Seward is going to back it on up.
Drag week is oddly not drag racing, and so when that happens,
yeah,
he is allowed to back up and go again if he can.
So Seward now goes in. Oh boy. Dinan's car left and smashed down.
That broke something.
It broke the NA roll bar in the back of it. 851.6, 161 for Seward. He hit the throttle, and I guess any roll bar in the back of that thing had to have broken.
Sure what it looked like. And it is sitting low in the left front at this point. It did not land well.
Yeah, it buried that left front hard when it came down.
We're watching the delayed live feed so we can see what went down.
Yeah, you know what? It had torqued over so much it had rubbed the rear tire. We saw a little smoke coming off of it. It had set the rear tire into the wheel tub so hard that smoke came off it when it was leaving the starting line. That is grip level. That is the grip level we're dealing with out here in the starting line. Brian Andrews coming up in the Chevette, and I believe it's not Fred Simmons. That's Beer Catfit on the other side. The man whose name will for sure sprain Freiberger's tongue tomorrow. Beer Catfit.
Now this is the Chevette that if Les Smith falls out of Unlimited, this Chevette takes the lead in Unlimited. That does not mean he wins drag week overall. It's not quick enough for that, but he wins class. This thing has been as quick as 1040 at 128.
So Anders and Beer Catfit. Eric's car is no slouch. That is an 8-second ripper. We have watched. He's again a guy that's in this same category. Everyone's trying to run 850. He can get there. And that car works so well. Beer Catfit's car planted that drag radial, drove into a little wheelie, goes 859, 160. Nicely done.
Just a bit off of his best number of 857. Oh, look at that. The Chevette went 965.
Steve Spees coming up right side, and Dave Hembry. Hembry coming up the naturally aspirated Pontiac. We talked to Mike Borgert has been riding with him, and of course Steve Spiess trying to claw his way back into number 2 of the Ultimate Iron category with Alex Taylor looking on.
Car right on pace, 9:08.151. It's what he's been doing every day.
That thing sounds really good.
It shrieks.
All that camshaft and compression and RPM, it sounds real good.
Well, if it's going to make 945 horsepower from basically 427 cubic inches, you got to make up the displacement with RPM. That thing has got to be running up to $9,000.
Mike Galimi has proven his worth by doing one useful thing this week, and that is sending us the information that Brian Goldstone is 90 miles out and closing fast. They are making a run for it here today. They have welded up the head. They're on the way.
Spiess is just not making it. And this conversation with Goldstone is what's applying to both Spiess on the starting line and Alex Taylor in the burnout box. These 3 cars are the ones looking for top 3 overall. You know, this looks bad. However, he did this all day yesterday and came out at the very end of the day and went 7.00 on a very pretty pass. See, they keep, I don't know, wiggling a wire or something.
It's very strange. Because this is obviously, you know, in theory you could test this in the pits, right? You put the thing on the brake and bring it up onto the throttle and see what happens. But I'm sure they have done that. There's probably some weird intermittent electrical thing. There he goes. Going to drive through the tire shake like yesterday. 159 in the 8th mile. 7:14 at 180. He was out of it early.
Now his success is going to depend on what Alex Taylor does next. Alex's 55 Chevy has run a best this week of a 687. Yesterday, she went 683. That's actually her best run of the week, was yesterday.
The big question for Spiess is going to be kind of what the end goal is here. Is it to try to run into that number 2 spot, or is it to try to finish? If it's to try to finish, you hand in that slip and move on down the road. We'll find out what his strategy is going to be. Goes 6:79.9 at 213 miles an hour. Her best run of the week.
That is a pack it up and head to National Trail. Here comes Mike Finnegan in the gasser.
There he is.
Leaving no smoke unblossomed.
You know, I think the only thing that Taylor's got to think about here is what Spiess does. If he's going to come out here, because 8th mile wise, he was faster there.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Oh yeah. Before he shut it off, he was quicker to the 8th mile on speed and ET. So that'll be interesting as William Jordan and Mike Finnegan come up. We know the troubles they've had. He and Tony Angelo continue to battle through.
You know, it's an interesting game. Do you stay and watch your competitor, or do you hit the road? Because this is also a game of fatigue and hours.
At the top end goes 9 flat 154, 141 short time. I think they can stiffen things up a little bit down there, but 9 flat 154. Jordan goes 953 148. They will lose more ground to Baker if that is their effort, which I do not believe it will be. Mike Lyons and Chris Berry coming up next. And so Mike Lyons and Chris Merry. Mary's trying to run 850, goes 548. He's close. He's close. He is just a little over 853, 156. Mike Lyons goes 891, 2 at 148.
Jamie Jarvis coming up in the gasser. Number 2 in our B gas category. That black 55 is run 973, 965, 984. Kyle Oles in the right-hand side. He's running in street race big block power adder. In the right-hand side, and right on pace on the left-hand side for Jamie Jarvis, running 963 at 138 miles an hour. That is Clark Rosenstengel.
We have a racer in need. Kaner Hall needs an LS truck spacing belt tensioner assembly. If you are somebody that runs a LS, the front accessory drive off a truck in your LS motor and have a spare belt tensioner assembly or nowhere to get one, he needs one for that green and white C10 truck. He's pitted behind the grandstands. Kaner Hall, the LS truck spacing belt tensioner assembly, racer in need.
Brian Hansen, the left-hand side, is number 2 in street race small block naturally aspirated. That is a 940s car, naturally aspirated with a small block. Clark Rosenstengel on the right-hand side struggled earlier in the week, but he's still sticking with it, although I don't think he has a chance to win because of one bad day.
This is going to be a pretty good day for Clark. 156 in the 8th mile. He goes 740 in a cloud of his own smoke at only 166 miles an hour. That thing really started to nose over and eat itself up at the end of the run. Missing and popping at the top end of the racetrack, according to our spotters down there. You saw the smoke trailing behind the car when he threw the chutes out. Meanwhile, across the racetrack, Hansen went 947.6, 140. If somebody has jumped on the wrong scooter or a scooter that does not belong to you, please bring it back to the starting line. If you got on a scooter that is not yours or maybe looked like yours but mistook it, please bring it back to the starting line. Otherwise, we'll find you. There's a lot of property here. And there's a lot of stuff that's disappeared at Milan Dragway over the years. You don't want to be the next part of that legacy. So bring the scooter back. Just a little track touch-up being done here, then we'll be right back to the action. Hey, Cage, if you have a potential customer down there, give us a thumbs up. We can come down to you. KJ Jones, it's all you. Hold on one sec, KJ. I just got to tweak your volume. Go ahead. Steve Chichak has the belt tensioner that Kanan Hall needs. Steve Chichak has that belt tensioner, and he is in the lane. So, Kanan, if you want to make your way to the lanes and at least meet Steve, he's got a red Chevrolet Colorado truck. And, Cage, I'm just going to give you some little volumetric horsepower here in 1 second. We'll be right on it. You're on, Cage.
Thanks, Brian. KJ down here in the staging lanes, and came up on a gentleman here who asked me if I wanted to see a Ford in a Ford. Now, of course, there are other Ford vehicles here, some trucks, etc., that have Ford engines, but when you think about Mustangs, Fox Mustangs, and like an SN95 Mustang like this, one of the common engines today, sadly, I said it, sadly, is an LS engine. This has an actual Ford engine in it. It has a Windsor-based engine, 427 inches, if I'm not mistaken. It's about a 98 or 96 millimeter turbocharger on it, and a stick shift. How are you doing?
Doing well. Can't get ready to go here. We've been low 9 so far. Hopefully, if we can get a hold of the starting line here and hold the boost out the back, we can maybe get 899 out of this thing.
You were telling me earlier, this is a street-driven car. This is a car that goes to work. It's a car that goes to the store. It's a car that's been going on drag week now for the past 3 days, day 4 right now, with any type of problems or hitches, or it's been smooth sailing?
Well, we've had a few different problems. Day 1, we stripped the gear on the cam sync. We've had a couple of wheel studs go out, line, and the boost reference lines got a hole in it. So little things here and there, that's not the engines or anything, but certainly trying to keep us on toes.
Hasn't been easy, but you're still getting it done, and it's really cool to see, you know, the Ford and the 4, of course. Now this year, what year is this car?
This is a 95.
This is a 95, so originally with 5-liter pushrod engine in it, so you just stepped up to the Windsor, 427 cubic inches. Very cool to see Ford and a Ford in this land of LS-powered Mustangs. Very nice to see this right here. Brian and David, back to you. KJ here, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Back to you, Brian.
We still got a tractor on track, Cage. Why don't you grab another victim? Let's see what we can see.
I don't know. Oh, yes, it is on. Okay, all right, good, good, good. We're walking through the pits now, so we literally are going to find a victim. Actually, I think maybe we can have a repeat offender. Randy Seward's in the lanes here. We talked to Graham just a moment ago. Let's see here. Who are we going to talk to? I'm going to find somebody.
Cage, catch up with Jay Doleshaw, who's driving that Chevy 2 right in front of you. He's got some. He's Jay Doleshaw to your right. To your right. There you go. That one. He's got some interesting. He's got some interesting family connections in motorsports.
Ah, family connections. So you're a made man, Jay?
I don't know if I'm a made man. I'm just a lucky guy.
Tell us how you're lucky. What makes you so fortunate?
I have a cousin who is in charge of the TRD program, and so he's involved in all the drag racing and NASCAR racing, so I get to hear some stories from him now and then.
That sounds good. So TRD and drag racing would be your Ron Capps and the other, I guess, Antron Brown, maybe on the fuel dragster side, and on the Cup side, like a lot of, pretty much all of the Toyota-driven Cup cars.
Yeah, he's a big fan of all them guys. Him and Ron Capps are pretty good buddies, I believe.
Well, that's it. Now we know why he's connected, and the engines are fired up, so I'm not going to bother you. Thanks for your time, Grant.
Hey, man, thank you.
Okay, man.
All right, cars are running and heading toward the water box. As we continue Drag Week Day 4 here at Milan Dragway. A and B lanes will close in 10 minutes. A and B lanes will close in 10 minutes per Lonnie Grimm.
Mike Delaney's got the Trans Am on the right-hand side.
And Mike Ogilvy came into the week with a plan to be blown several different ways. But he has decided to stay with a single, more traditional route of forced induction.
This blown Camaro has been 908. Will he blow it? Or will he get his first 8-second time?
I can't believe you're going to spend that material today and not save it until tomorrow. 911-2-148. Man, you want to save that up. Maybe until it can be chipped on a headstone. 977, 936 for Delaney. Okay, Les Smith is back up, moved over to the right side of the drag strip. Evan Urkowitz has moved to the left side of the drag strip. Malibu for Urkowitz, the NA setup, and of course the boosted LS setup for Les Smith. I believe that is a Steve Morris built combination.
Urkowitz would actually be in Pro Street Power Adder.
Oh, Power Adder. My apologies.
Pull it together, Loans.
Pull it together. Look at yourself, you baby gorilla. Animal House reference. Come on, man. You're the music man. You don't know the Animal House. All right, looking way better for Les Smith. You can see that thing riching up. 164 in the 8th. He goes 698 and 210. Yeah. Nice run.
683 yesterday, 698 today.
The 200-mile-an-hour runs are getting to be a relative rarity with the lack of with the attrition rate we've had. So that is a nice lick there, and he would maybe come back for a little bit more of that. Urkowitz, what did he stop the clocks at? It was too fixated in the right lane. Leaving the starting line out is Brian Krakowski. And Chichak on the right side in the pickup truck busts the tires loose. Krakowski goes across under power, 914, 161.
Urkowitz had run an 800 at 173 in that last pass.
That put him in the ballpark, or has he been running the sevens?
Way sevens. Way sevens.
Okay, so he's still not where he wants to be. The A and B lanes, not the A and B loans, that's me, will close in 7 minutes. I may close in 7 minutes too, who knows, forever. A and B lanes will close in 7 minutes.
John Ferrone had done just well enough in Pro Street Power Adder to move up into the number 3 position, ousting Craig Douglas, who you see here on the left-hand side, until Craig can improve his number. This little dart has been 805. I need the 799. Could you go tell him? You go knock on the glass?
Listen, if you had only given me 30 seconds more notice, I could have done that.
Yeah, go tell him you're going to bore Freiberger if you can't get this thing.
Yeah, trust me, you don't want to let him down.
And there it is, I am appeased. 7.999 at 170.93 miles an hour for the dart. That's his first 7 on drag week. On the right-hand side, 976, 143 miles an hour.
The crew guy walked away and let a big deep breath out, like, thank God that finally happened for us.
I wouldn't want to
let Freiberger down.
Yes, that was the second thing he thought about. So this is, we talked to this driver in the staging lanes, Graham Hayes. These are the guys that made their own wheel bearing. They had 5 wheel bearings that were not quite the right one, and they managed to conglomerate some fashion and form of them to make it work. Put a couple 100 miles on it. It's worked so far as Dave Deal's on the other side.
The Gray Nova tooting his nitrous right now has gone quicker every day. 732, 720, 718.
Dave Deal drove in his entire spin on his last run. Same situation here. Graham Hayes, the nitrous car, fattened way up. You see the black smoke, goes 723 at 189 miles an hour.
Brian Acton to the right-hand side, and the left hand is Jay Doleshow. KJ was just talking to him in the staging lanes about his relative who runs Toyota TRD Racing. Therefore, Ron Capps, Alexis DeJoria, Steve Torrance, J.R. Todd, all those Toyota funny cars and dragsters. Doleshaw's not going to get down the track in the way he wanted to. Brian Acton, let's see how he does. 8:51 with a 3:159. He was actually at an 1/8 mile time that was headed for being quicker than 8:50. Looks like he slowed it down just a little bit at the top end. Here comes the GNX Buick. And Travis Fahy on the right-hand side. The Buick here was gaining notoriety for having oiled down both lanes earlier in the week. However, he's also running in the 190 mile an hour range now, 7-second car. This has an engine in it that is very similar, that's easy for me to say, to Bryant Goldstone's old combo.
And Sam, we appreciate you being a good sport. Of course, they had that problem Monday, but man, they've done a really nice job of rebounding, and this car is performing very well. Ran over 192. It's gone as fast as 198 in testing.
And as quick as 773 at Drag Week.
Really nicely put together, clean as a whistle. The body works very well done. Black paint is the most unforgiving color to use to show off any sort of imperfections and stuff. Both sides can make that same claim, even the wagon. The wagon is arrow straight. And that polished whip will see that.
There he goes, 792, 183 miles an hour, a low mile an hour for that car. And Travis on the right-hand side with the blown wagon, 929 at 148.
Well done for Colaleo and crew. Wonderful to see him again here at Milan today. Ronnie Santucci coming up on the left-hand side. Santucci out of Massachusetts, right side. Fred Simmons, also a Bay Stater. A couple of chowderheads out here. Santucci had to make a starter replacement in this Duster the other day. Has been Fred Simmons is a really good bracket racer, always has been. Hits the Ronnie Santucci runs 9:53.9 at 144.85 miles an hour. Step-side Silverado truck coming up next. And Cody Helger across the racetrack. Almost was able to snatch second before the front end came down in his first attempt, and Paul Bigelow is in the pickup truck.
The 55 Chevy is leading the gas. Should run 950. And another big wheel spin out of the 55.
He got second right before it hit.
It still goes a 1:44 60-foot time. Will he go down to another 950 ET? He does. 952, 141 miles an hour. And the pickup truck on the left-hand side, 980 at 137.
As cool as that car is, becomes way cooler when you get to Jack second with the nose just about to touch the ground. Yes. Yeah, those guys, they own the King & Marshall Top Fuel Dragster, and they've got a great respect for the history of drag racing. Their dad is a heck of a guy that has brought those guys up well. I've known them since they were very little kids, and their father is a really cool dude. They have one of the largest, I don't know if they still have it, I'm guessing they do, but their dad's dad was a collector of really beautiful classic cars, but also vintage outboard engines. Like a collection of vintage outboard boat engines that, and beautiful ones, like restored all nice, like measuring in the hundreds. Yeah, the Helger brothers. Ray is popping. Hopefully Ray's watching home. They ran a beautiful 1944 coupe here. It's called the Headhunter up there as well. Bill Schwartz and TJ Linebach. They're looking for the same digits on the scoreboard. 850 is what they want. 859 is what they'll get on one side. 864 the other. Either Linebach or Schwartz have got that one right. Staging lanes are closed.
Dale Gebhardt in the Gremlin. Glenn Hunter in the Pro Street Power Adder leading 56 Chevy. Hunter put on a show yesterday with a 7:004 at 200.98. Gremlin gets out a little bit nice, has to lift to keep it on the wall. Keep it off the wall. Glenn is going to roll back out of the beams. Hopefully we can give him another shot. A and B lanes are closed. A and B are now closed. Glenn puts it back in. Oh, just tearing the tire right off of it immediately. Dan Dinan with that 79 Malibu, the Betty White car, is looking for a welder. If you can help out the Betty White 79 Malibu, it's obviously a white car, go see Dan. He needs a welder. Billy Gebhardt on the left, Steve Brack on the right. Oh, the Duster backfires and dies there about 1,000 feet. Steve Brack goes down 865 at 155.
C lanes are open. C lanes are open. A, B lanes are closed. C lanes are open now. C lanes are open now. Now we have about 10 cars that need to be moved. Please listen closely to license plates here. Ohio HWK 6542. Move it. Ontario BX 65613. You've all parked in the same row, making a triple row and blocking people in. Ontario BX 65613 needs to be moved. Michigan EKS 3559. Move it. Michigan 2ND Q34. Michigan EEG 1557. Ohio JYL 4645. Michigan 958682. Ontario GVMX 699. In Michigan LSA 4x4. License plate LSA 4x4 needs to be moved. Once again, Ontario GVMX 699. Michigan 958682. Ohio JYL 4645. Michigan EEG 1557. Michigan 2ND Q34. Michigan EKS 3559. Ontario BX 65613. And Ohio HWK 6542. Vehicles need to be moved immediately. You're blocking people in. C lanes are open. C lanes are open for business. A and B lanes are closed. Our A and B competitors will be eligible to run in our all-run session later on today, but as of right now, A and B lanes are closed. Remember, racers, time slips are going to the Waterbox Bar. That is on the first floor of the building by the starting line here. It's the pit side building.
Hey, KJ, if you've got something quick that we can do, we're scraping some Mopar stuff off the big end right now. If you got something brief.
All right, KJ's wandered the lanes. There's a Frank Romano sighting.
Yes, indeed. There's a Frank Romano sighting. And Frank, I just want you to know that your good friend, Mark Cicino here called you slow.
He's right.
Frank Romano here. Frank, this is your, how many drag weeks have you done?
About 13.
13 drag weeks, stick shift 55 Chevy, and right now you're kicking a lot of tail right now, man. Keep it up. We're watching you, man. This is awesome to see. How has the experience been this year? You fighting anything? Has it been smooth sailing?
It's been good and terrible. I'm leading my class by a lot, but we're way off. We intended to run nitrous this year, but I put a new clutch in right before drag week. We didn't have a handle on it. We weren't going to get a handle on it right away. We heard that there was an opportunity to move into an all-motor class. We did, and the stars lined up. I got my tuner, Mark Cicino, helping me out. Otherwise, I'd be on the side of the road somewhere.
Mark Cicino, you called him slow, but you're responsible for making this man fast. Now, what are you going to do to change things?
Slow him down a little more. That's about it.
It's all about how you punch the laptop, huh?
That's it. That's it.
And you're tuning this car, I don't want to assume anything, but with Holley EFI?
Yeah, Holley EFI. Yep, and a big hammer.
The big hammer is what makes it work because it's a Chevrolet. I didn't say that, but I said that. Anyway, Mark, let's talk to you real quick. You're the king of one and done here at Dragway.
Yeah, I like more the ride and just, cruising. That's it.
Champagne Express just all plushed out with those nice seat covers on your Kirkies and all that kind of thing, man. So Well, I think I'm hearing engines. I'm not sure. David and Brian, are we back yet? Yes, we are back. So thanks for tuning in. KJ in the pits, KJ in the staging lanes live, courtesy of Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Back to action, Brian and David.
And we are back in business. Stu Barada right side and Jason Willis on the left. C lanes are open, A and B are closed. C lanes are open, A and B are closed.
Barada's Camaro solidly second in class. If I was him, I'd roll it down and pack it up.
Well, that's why you're not him. That's why you're here and he's there. And Stu the Shoe goes 876.6, 161 miles an hour. Willis, what you talked about, Willis, goes 1086.7, 129. LTD wagon. Backing on up. Michael Maoni up next. We had mentioned when Dan Dynan's car left the starting line and the Malibu kind of swallowed the right rear and was smoking it, we thought, man, probably something to do with the anti-roll bar, and sure enough, he has requested that welder for a fix. Michael takes the Mustang through the 8th mile at 132 and across the finish line at 8:48.7 at 164. Meanwhile, 9:57.3 and 141 on the left side. Randy Seward and Chad Garut. Seward still in pursuit of the ever-elusive 850 elapsed time. Ideally, this would seal it for him. He can head to the water box bar and hand in his time slip, which I don't think he's going to do, 851.6, 159.
He keeps running the 48s at the 8th, but he keeps losing, the Hun at the big end.
Yeah, he's pedaling the thing down there, 100%. He's either that or just ripping his foot out of it just a shade early, on purpose.
Yeah.
Terry Kiefer. And let's see, he's going to be a solo artist, or is Frank Romano going to join the party? It looks like Romano's going to join the party here. All right, Kiefer is going to be a solo artist. So Kiefer going to go down. Straight, true, clean as a whistle. Terry Kiefer goes 983.3 at 144. What is your favorite 55 Chevy in drag racing history?
In history?
Your own personal. There's no wrong answer to this question.
Is this one yours? Is that what you're leading to?
No.
It's got to be top 10. It's pretty good.
It's up there.
I clearly don't have one top of mind.
Okay,
That's not be a priority for me.
I don't know. I do, as Frank Romano going to bang shift his car down the right-hand side of the racetrack. Jeff Bowles going to be a smidge quicker, 9:29.144, 10:03.9.136. And I am guessing it's a car that's been very well traveled over its life. It probably has been here, but Nick Iarusse's Godzilla 55 Chevy that has been raced as everything from a bracket car to a fuel altered. It is a relocated rear axle. It actually was run as a fuel altered for a time because it fell under the rules. But yeah, Nick Iarusse's Godzilla, he's raced it since the early 60s. It's had all these different iterations, but that to me is my favorite 55 in drag racing. Jason DeSheim and Jim Weiser coming up. DeSheim, 84 light, which is stout by drag week standards, 866.7, 155. Jim Weiser, 9003, 149. Neil Torbett, the Lenko-equipped Ford truck. Neil's had his fair share of struggles this week, but he's overcome them day by day.
And Vincent Barbone in the Monza with the Turbo 5.3.
He's Vinny, man. He's Vinny. If you're an Italian guy named Vincent, you're Vinny. You're Vinny. Torbett's truck was moving along pretty well. He's going to pull that thing over to the right side. So it started making some sort of noise or gave him some sort of indication that it needed to come to a very quick halt, which he did just past the 8th mile. I think we're going to go down there and check on his health and well-being. Nope. Is he going to drive it off? Let's see. He's going to drive it off the top end. It doesn't look like anything's coming out of it. Yeah, his auto was clean. Then it really strong backfire out of the exhaust and then shut it off, but he's able to get it started enough to drive it off the top end.
Before the advent of the quad, was all drag strip operations done like this on motorcycles?
No, it was done with pickup trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before quads and side-by-sides, you had a pickup truck that would be stationed front or back, or you sent the Cruise golf cart down, or you sent their pickup truck down to aid the guy. There was the era of the ATV three-wheeler.
Running over your own leg and sticking it into the track.
I've seen enough guys flip four-wheelers over on a drag strip. Three-wheelers must have been going over like weebles. Yeah. Yeah. Vinny Barbone in his nice, tidy, clean, and quick Monza finishes his quarter-mile rip, 9:78, only 122 miles an hour out of the throttle very early. Here's our Chevelle guy. That is a category leader.
Chris McNeely.
And the Mustang experiences issues, but McNeely, see you by 9:09.4, 140 36.83 miles an hour. Yeah, 034 red light, so congratulations to McNeely for doing that, because that doesn't happen around here much. We just normally leave cars before the tree's activated, so that actually showed a level of acumen. Chris Mary's coming. Bob Ruppel's coming. Yeah, I'm sure the mini bike, usage of the mini bike for track checks and stuff like that, that's always been a thing. But for actual like vehicle assistance, I guess is what I was thinking of. So a little tired Bob Ruppel coming up here in the wintergreen Nova, and Chris Mary in his Mustang. Ruppel, a nitrous car too, hit the tire a little bit more than he wanted to there. It broke traction, he pedaled it. Mary goes 853, 161. Ruppel, 937, 2 and 148. G-Chat coming up next on the right side now. That Chevrolet Colorado. Little naturally aspirated Nova coming up on the left.
Yeah, he's a small block NA car. He's been up once already. I think he went 950s and it's a 940s car. He's pretty solidly in second place in his category. I guess he just wants to get a better number so he can say, I went 940s all week.
And Steve smokes the tires, leans back into the throttle. Meanwhile, Hansen's looking for that 940 on the board. How about you? 948, 141.
Nailed it.
Showcase Showdown winner. Steve goes 1030 at 148.
Little S10 pickup that's in street race small block naturally aspirated. It should be about an 1160s truck. Kevin Adams gets there first with an 1135, 117. And Powell, not quite on pace, 1181 at 120.
Fedon Maurice on the left side, Ian Strecker on the right. Strecker with a grabber blue Mustang. And so Strecker goes 10:33.9.
JC from Strange Engineering on the left-hand side, your maker of axles, gears, center sections, all sorts of stuff like that. He's got a Pro Charger on his late model Ford truck here. I think he just got it. 2023 F-150. Chris Vanderval on the right-hand side with the 21 Charger runs 1066 at 130 miles an hour. And look at the pickup truck, 1295 at 107.
Dan Schell and Martin Villeneuve. So Dan Schell in the Gremlin, which David looks upon so fondly. And Martin Villeneuve, who has made money transporting entire families from track to track. He's used this as a moving van.
With his all-aluminum big block Mopar in the thing. Gremlins are so good, but the wagon is better. You can tell by the way that it ran 993 at 134 miles an hour, and the Gremlin 1227 at 112.
The Cadillac rolling up here on the right side. That is a CTSV Blackwing. Latest and greatest in modern GM high-performance technology. And Tim Bradshaw coming up in the New Edge style Mustang GT. Cadillac had the big jump off the starting line, but you heard Bradshaw's turbocharger spool up, and he has caught the Cadillac and will put it in the weeds. Here goes 1100 129 for Bradshaw, 1156 125 for Rich Hilly in the Cadillac. So the Bullet Mustang and the GT500 Mustang side by side. The naturally aspirated dual overhead cam engine in the Bullet. And of course the flat plane crank GT500 machine on the right side revs like no tomorrow. Veneziano having trouble out there. I think he's got an automatic transmission in it too, so that's not good. 986.6, 139. Veneziano goes 1150 with a 9 at 127. Tom DeLessio and Brent Webb. Another of the New Edge style Mustangs right side. Those cars are kind of in the bargain discount aisle right now, like for project cars.
The New Edge?
The New Edge, like the 2000, for those are like currently the discount.
I think the pre-valve didn't do him any favors on the long-term value.
Tom DeLessio goes 1067.7, 125. Brent Webb goes 1171.2 at 119 miles an hour. And we talked about this before, but now that the Godzilla's come out, the conversation really ends. But the 6.2 liter Ford motor, the Hurricane motor, like nobody ever made parts for that thing. And they put those in a lot of trucks, but there's just no aftermarket for it. Godzilla's totally just displaced it.
They were similar. They used them in a Lightning one year. No, a Raptor.
Yeah.
They were Raptor motors.
just weird. Like, you figure a truck mass-produced V8 is going to have some aftermarket support, and there's nothing with those things.
There is a guy who runs duct tape drags who has one, and it's like a 1220s truck with a stock 6.2, and that was out of an Expedition or something. Great launch out of Evan Ools. Yeah, typo on the screen. Evan Ools. Typo in my mouth. Can you have a typo in your mouth? 1067, 125 in the left side, 1253, 115.
I should shudder to think of anything that's been in your mouth,
I
typos
know.
and all. So
I left that wide open.
I don't know.
And I don't
David.
mean my mouth.
You probably could have that. You probably could. Carson Powell and Rick Dorn. Dorn out of Florida in the Mustang GT. Dorn has, well, he's placed an illustration on his back window. And I don't think it's an erupting volcano. Carson Powell, the 1991 Dodge Dakota on the right side.
Did he have a sticker of you? That was your face on the back of that Mustang, wasn't it?
It was, you're brilliant. You're brilliant. You're a brilliant comedic mind. 1069 at 131 for Dorn. Carson Powell goes 1189.5 at 109 miles an hour. You mentioned to me that you thought of all the stuff on the machine we see coming up the right side that the mailbox scoop is one of the things that really made you smile.
Well, did you see that it is boost being fed into the mailbox scoop?
Yes.
Yeah, a couple of eBay turbos on that thing. He claims they've been on the car for 8 years. Whether they've been producing boost, I don't know, but they're on there blowing into the mailbox.
Those could be those might be the impeller delete models. Mike Turner. Mike Turner goes 1094, 121. Walt Zillner made a special delivery of 1089.4, 124. Thank you. Thought of that all myself. Score one for the good guys. Jake Hansen, the C1500. The weird thing is, I'm going to be working in proximity to a guy who would actually say something like that. Hansen was clearly distracted by the grandiose view ahead of him. A 3-second reaction time goes 989 at 137, and here comes the electrified Chevrolet Coupe. Home-built EV here for Paul Mangelsdorf and Austin Baden on the right side. Mangelsdorf running in the 12s earlier this week. Mangelsdorf goes 12-12 at 110. That thing is headed for the 11s. Austin Baden goes 10:45 at 107 miles an hour, but for Paul Mangelsdorf, he is really starting to lean on that thing, and he goes a 12-12 at 110. Spent some time traveling behind Pete Chondras down the highways and byways last night. He was towing his trailer in a group of fellow drag weekers on the route. Brian Doyle goes 10:42, 132. Chondras goes 10:87, 124.
spin the tires and the front wheel didn't turn.
Yeah, I mean, or he's just standing on the foot brake and overpowered the thing. Yeah, it rolled the rubber up like a carpet in front of the front tires.
Yeah. It's a Hellcat, so it would have a factory line lock.
Yeah, and after you make 65 to 70 very easily done inputs into the center screen, you can activate it.
It's about how that works.
You got to punch the screen like you're operating a submarine. Jesus, foot brake of that baby. Sean Gilbert, 106. Singing a nice tune across the stripe, 1032 at 133.97.
I wonder how the Camaro got away with regular bumpers all the way till 1973. Other cars were already getting ugly with the overhang diving board front bumper at that time.
Yeah. The government regulatory stuff. And Dave Lipsgard is shut off in the starting line.
And Azim, who's going down track in the second gen, is our low qualifier in Street Machine Eliminator, and he's going to hang on with another 10-0 number. So he will be low qualifier, which is honestly a tough position to be in, because when we run the bracket race, it's more like open comp, I think,
Yes.
because we take your average ET throughout the week, subtract a tenth, and that is your dial for the entire race. So if you've got a 10-0, we subtract the time, you can't get quicker, you can't get into the nines. So his dial will be 10-0 for the whole race, which puts him at risk of breakout. David Lips goes down in the Plum Crazy car, 10:27 at 137.
And here's what I'm going to tell you where you're wrong about your theorem as to why. That is a great thing he's at, because he's running that thing with its tongue out. There's a lot of guys that are running the thing holding a 10, and they're going to try to then land on a number that they haven't run all week. I think he's in better shape than anybody because he has run that thing to the stripe every day. It's going to run 05 to whatever. He's going to be able to run that car at full throttle and know he's not going to break out.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Not blaming it because you don't do a lot of bracket racing stuff. It's just strategically you would think that. You would think, oh man, this guy's going to run 999 and lose. Cone's car just seemed like it was starving for fuel, kind of as it sloshed back and forth in the float bowls or something, as Dave Studley goes at 10:04, 9:01:34. What is the most fuel inefficient project you guys have ever had on Roadkill?
We actually discussed doing an episode where we could see how poor we could get the mileage. And that's easy enough. You know, you could just run the thing stinky fat. I think that we clocked the Crusher Camaro at 7 miles to the gallon with the blown big block in it. Clinton Taylor in the wagon where I wonder if he bought that thing and was like, oh, let's hop in the back seat for a great ride. Oh, the rear windows don't go down. And in the right-hand side, Chris Dubas in the 68 Barracuda Coupe.
And Clint Taylor making a nice run, going to run outside Dubas here. 10:79, 9:125 as Taylor runs that. Dubas runs 11:31, 9:122.
These cars with an S after the number are running in Street Machine Eliminator, and they're trying to get into a field of 32 cars with a current bump spot of 1090. So if you see 11-second cars, those guys will be spectators tomorrow afternoon.
The real heroes during the non-roll-down window of GM cars were the guys selling them, because the fact that they were able to convince people to buy it is an amazing thing. Who wants a car with the windows rolled down?
That is what they call a surprise and delight feature. You get home and you're surprised to discover there's no rear window crane. No one told me
this. Kim Kelm, 10:15, 1:30. Steve McNew, 11:12, 1:26.
One thing I do like about what's going on with late model cars, I mentioned the surprise and delight features that they like to add that are just like, oh, this is cool. Well, to distract you from the annoyance of all the modern inconveniences that they put in these cars, they delight you with the Easter eggs. I like how you can find the little Jeep grill in the corner or the Rick Payway's sandals on the cowl of a Jeep Wrangler, things like that. Ford has been doing a lot of that.
Rick Callahan and Kyle Thocher. Callahan in the Mopar goes 10:38, 1:33. Thocher goes 11:27, 8, 1:20. As opposed to some of the roadkill delight and surprise features that you found, like a body in the trunk when you buy something. It's a different type of delight.
You're surprised if there aren't stains. Oh, look at Stevie with his big rod coming out with a nice little wheel stand. He goes 140 to 60 feet and 656 to the 8th. Steve Eden in the Nova, 1031 at 129 miles an hour. The Grand National on the left, 1096 at 126. Here comes the milk truck.
The wheel standing Divco has been putting on one heck of a show all week long. Certainly has been fun to watch. They've had to overcome some mechanical gremlins too, so they've been putting in the work.
Wonder if there's anybody in the grandstands whose relative's father worked at Divco. Of course, the Detroit Industrial Vehicle Company entry. Truck, and he does a double bouncer, dragging the rear bumper on that garbage. I love it. Milk truck, Mark Cryer, 1089 at 122.9 miles an hour, and the Corvette left so early that he got no number at all.
From 1926 until 1986, Divco produced multi-stop delivery trucks unlike any other. Only the Volkswagen Beetle stayed in production with the same basic model for a longer period of time. That's nuts.
Sounds like that's a sponsor read. That's what it came out as.
I was doing my documentary history guy read. Yeah. Lee Brooks and Chris Lewis. Brooks in that just drop-dead gorgeous pickup.
I was delivered the reduced fat chips. I'm not sure they work that way though, but I'm going to test it.
10:31.9, 133. Chris Lewis at 11:38.2 at 116. I was figuring you must have had a big fat reduced entertainment steak before the week started. So if that works the same way as those chips, you're gonna look like Kate Moss by the time we're done.
Turbo LS powered Buick. He wanders out of the hole to a 178, 60-foot time. And he's having issues, 11:10 at 99 miles an hour. Here comes one of my favorites of this week, the little rear engine Toyota pickup. Okay, he is currently third in Unlimited. No, he's fourth in Unlimited. If anybody else falls out, this thing will take a podium win in Unlimited. It's only a 12-second truck, but it's a full tube chassis. He's got a Porsche transaxle. He's got a 4.8 in the back. He's banging gears. He was pulling the front end up on his second gear shift yesterday. Oh, I heard somebody miss a gear up there. 12:59 at 108. In the other lane, Kyle Dennis, 13:05 at 101. Dave Gallimore on the left-hand side has that yellow Chevelle, and on the right-hand side, it's the Angry Prune, driven by Josie Kirker, who is 16 years old. Yeah.
I thought you made that up. Josie was trying to hit the tree perfectly. She was only 001 red. David Gallimore was 355 green in Goose, 10:02.71.32 as Kirker goes 10:36.1 at 134. 57 Chevy sedan delivery, steel wheel equipped. As Phil rolls up in the Chevy 2. Little directional adjustment made here for the 57, moved it to the center of the lane. And Phil's fully staged in that ice blue Chevy 2 across the way. Trying to make their way to the Street Machine Eliminator field. Been talking about that bump spot being down in the high 10-second bracket. 10:59, Phil's in. 11:45, 118, the 57 Chevy, just a little too pokey to get there. Doug Hall coming up right here, the former Ricky Craven, and then Kenny Schrader raced NASCAR stock car. That is 100% a former NASCAR stock car. And Biff Rollins on the right side. Rollins bumps the wagon in. A stock car that no longer carries a 358 cubic inch, 9,000 RPM small block. $12.68.5 108 as Biff Rollins goes 10:18.4 133. Got the Plum Crazy Challenger right-hand side. And Jim Dressler left side. T28 and the Scat Pack. Shaker Hood. $11.86, 114 for Jim Dressler as Dean Bunting goes 12:05.7, 113 miles an hour. A Chevette of a different type coming up here. This, of course, a little small short wheelbase hatchback Chevy, but this one has a Mercedes diesel engine in it. And Tim Baptista will be on the other side in the 1967 Chevelle. The Mercedes diesel-powered Chevette has managed to crack like 115 mile an hour at the quarter mile. It is just real tough to get the thing moving. Once it gets up on boost, it's actually really happy and makes good power. Tim Baptista, the 1967 Chevelle. They have run this car consistently year in and year out. Remember back in the day when Tim was running junior dragsters. Yep. New England Dragway boy, and here comes it comes to life at 250 feet. 8th mile at 92. He's going way over 100 here as he manages a 14:52 at 120 miles an hour. So weird, it's awesome. Baptista goes 10:53.5 at 128.20. But yeah, if they could figure out the first football field, we always say if they could only tighten up the first 60 feet, if they could tighten up the first 330 feet, it would really turn into something. But 120 is no sweat. Aaron Huseman, right side. We got to give some credit where it's due here. Huseman, we were saying, man, they run these trucks clean. They must be spraying it with nitrous. They are not. So Huseman and Jesse back there in the orange and white Chevrolet with the diesel in it. These are not nitrous trucks. They are just well-tuned diesels. You see the thing cleaned way up through the middle of the racetrack. 110 in the 8th mile for Huseman. Goes 996 at 142 in the Cummins-powered Ram. A pair of Pontiacs. So that was a great pickup and performance for the Ram that we just saw go down the racetrack. So congratulations to those guys for battling through. Steve Lemieux and Andrew Taylor. Lemieux just dumping the clutch and stuffing the gear lever here in the GTO. Taylor is in that Firebird. And the Firebird says 1095 at 124. Lemieux goes 1148 at 119. .392 powered Challenger, and the right side will have that step side pickup of Dalton Knopfsinger. Knopfsinger waited to get the truck spooled up for 2.7 seconds. Mike Sweeney, long gone and hard to find down there in his 392 powered Challenger, goes 1161 at 115 miles an hour. Well, don't you know, a fun surprise here is Steve Spiess has come back out. We mentioned this idea. We wondered what Spiess would do. Would he stand on his 7-second elapsed time after he saw Alex Taylor run down into the sixes? Would he continue to battle? And the answer is yes, he will. What was a murky, gray, pea soup foggy morning has turned into a beautiful afternoon here. And for Steve Spiess, he is hoping that this is just what the doctor ordered. And frankly, right now, this car will probably be more happy on this track prep at the moment than it was on the track prep he saw earlier. Much more traffic has worn the glue in, less apt to have that tire shaking issue he has had. The big question is, when he gets the thing up on the chip, will it stay lit? Will the car stay running on the starting line as he spools it up? Yes, it will. Carries the front end 150 feet. He's going 160 in the 8th mile. He goes 688 with a 1 at 197 miles an hour. Boy, oh boy, the crew guy was very pumped about that. That car, they wanted to tear their hair out yesterday, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered, and all of a sudden, the race for the number 2 spot in Ultimate Iron is back on again. Charlie lanes are closing in 5 minutes. Charlie lanes will close. The C lanes will close in 5 minutes. C lanes will close in 5 minutes.
Higgins is in the Chevelle. Higgins 10:27. Van Allen 10:23. Here comes Tim Lawrence in the 55 Chevy. Earlier, Brian had asked me what's my favorite 55 Chevy drag car of all time, and I locked up on him. And now that I've had time to think about it, I'm going to go with Monty Bernie's 55 Chevy Big Bertha. Kevin Augustin is in the Chevrolet SS that I called a front-wheel drive car inaccurately yesterday. He goes 11:04, 131 in the 55 Chevy, 11:17, 120. Tommy Dupree's S10 pickup truck, Herb White's Camaro. We'll tell you more about Herb White tomorrow. 11:09, 127 in the pickup truck. He's moseying. He's stopped. All right. We'll go see if we can get him an Uber ride to the big end. Three minutes and C lanes are closed. Now you've got 2 minutes. C lanes are closed. All right, we are getting the news from Hot Rod Magazine editor-in-chief John McGann that Matt Sweet, who is leading that Pro Street naturally aspirated class with the 7-second big Disco Nova with all the colors down the side. You saw him smoke the thing out on his last pass, and sure enough, he's got a rod hanging out of the side of the block. He is out. That puts an end to the chances for setting a record for average ET or single pass for a naturally aspirated Pro Street car at Drag Week this time. Doc McIntyre hangs on to the record. KJ, if we've got you down wandering around, maybe we can give a brief interview. Oh, KJ is gone. KJ is out to lunch, so to speak. So is Brian.
I never let that slow me down. Concession stands are open. It's lunchtime right now. You can go down and grab yourself some great food. We got a great crowd in here today. Keep yourself hydrated. Get something to drink. Grab yourself something to eat on this glorious Thursday. Always have to remind myself what day of the week it is on this event.
That's a crushing blow to me on Matt Sweet's car.
Yeah, that stinks. I hate it for him, too. I hate it for him as well.
Scott Miller with the same engine, unfortunately. Both those guys showed promise, but you got to go all the way. That was a great effort.
And it does show the reliability of the Goodwin competition engine that Doc and Jeff McConnell have used in the C-Red car. That big displacement engine, kind of unique design for that thing, and they've made it work.
Here's what I'm going to need Matt to go do. hit Marketplace, get yourself a Motorhome 454, stab it in that thing, hobble it down to National Trail, and break the beams. You will stay in competition, and you will get the single pass record.
I'm sure he's just hankering to fabricate some new motor plates and all the other stuff to make that happen.
This is not my concern. All right, Matt Backus is on the starting lane in the car that yesterday we saw him park it at about $6 grand for 20 minutes before he was able to launch the thing. And we got the Grand Cherokee Ken Senko on the right-hand side. This time we're just seeing banging gears. I think it's misting a little bit of gasoline out the back. Ken Senko in the Jeep, 1090 at 126. The 55 Chevy, 1163, 116.
Keaton McGill coming up right side. Driver Chevy 2. The slightly older Chevy 2, 64 variety on the varsity side, 1066 9127. McGill goes 1061 2.
That was Carl Copia in the left-hand side, third in class. Here comes what Brian's been calling a 64 Dodge that is in fact a 63.
I called it that once.
That was good enough for me.
It's the same.
Wrong is wrong.
Like when I called you intelligent one time. I did it once and never made the mistake again.
Yeah. Bobby Admire in the right in the GTO. Now this Dodge had some very awkward handling issues. Early in the week, it looked exactly like Brian on about 6 Manhattans as it went down the track.
Can't deny that.
Not dissimilar right now, but a little bit safer than he was looking early in the week. I said a little. $12.99 at 111.92.
So Bobby Admire had a problem coming out of the water box in the GTO. They're having to push his Pontiac off the racetrack right now, and he's going to have to survey the issue.
Replacing him with Tom Hogshead, an original drag weaker in his, I don't even know what year it is, a 75 Nova-ish? Tom, a member of the Anti-LS Consortium. There used to be a bunch of those stickers out here. In fact, we have a lot of non-LS going on this week. A bunch of Pontiacs. Oh, not going to do well on that pass. And his drive shaft's coming right out of it. Tim Grabiak on the left-hand side. He's out here with his dad and sister. 1094, 123, 29. That is bad news for Hogshead right there. We appreciate him getting over to the side wall because often when the drive shaft comes out, so does the transmission fluid. He was way down in qualifying, as in 10.0s, 10.12s for the Street Machine Eliminator deal.
The good news is it looks like it just broke the U-joint. I don't know if it actually broke the end of the drive shaft or not. They'll have to get a look at it. It looked like the ears might still be on the drive shaft. So there will be a little bit of cleanup necessary here in terms of needle bearings and stuff like that that have likely been thrown by the hundreds onto the racetrack.
Even if it just breaks a U-joint, that often spreads the ears or knocks the little nub off of it. It's still all bad.
If anybody knows the local Fleet Pride or a local truck shop for Tom Hogshead, find him in the pits, because you can go get a drive shaft made up at a Fleet Pride location or any kind of local big truck stop. Hopefully somebody out there knows a local driveline shop or somebody that can make him up a drive shaft. And if the problems are isolated to that, it would be great. If not, as David said, if you want to bust a transmission case or something, it can get worse.
You can see on the back window of his car, he's got the sticker that says Hot Rod Drag Week 05. Vince Rash actually made those. He's going to send me one. Pretty good. We didn't have decals back then. We were just figuring all this out.
MSD's popular 6AL ignition box has been completely redesigned, is now available in two powerful options, Ultra 6AL and the Ultra 6AL Plus. Don't let the small size fool you. At nearly half the size of the original 6A box, these new Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus deliver a powerful spark of 135 to 150 millijoules every time it fires, from idle to redline RPM. This means you'll get quicker throttle response and improved starting. These features include built-in standard retard, 3 rev limiters, step retard, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. The MSD app makes it easy to set up your MSD Ultra 6AL ignitions. You can set up cylinder selection, step retard values, launch, burnout, and max RPM values, all from your touch screen. Start retard and step retard values can also be adjusted through the MSD app. MSD has been your ignition technology leader for more than 50 years. Since 1959, Simpson Racing has been keeping you safe from head to toe. Simpson Racing can take care of all your motorsports safety needs, offering custom fire suits, helmets, gloves, shoes, and restraints. Simpson Racing has you covered. You can be wearing the same USA-developed protection that is worn and trusted by top NHRA, NASCAR, and IndyCar teams. Simpson Racing. We make safety comfortable.
Okay, so around the corner goes Tom Hogshead's 1977 Nova, which means momentarily we will be firing up some cars here in a second. Big thanks to our online audience this week as we have continued to really pack them in. 7,000 people watching right now. I think yesterday's broadcast was up over 100,000 views by the time I checked this morning. So it's great to have so much interest.
Yeah, I think we've crested 7,000 continuous every single day, which is probably a record.
Yeah, I know the word you meant to say, but I also know the word you used. They were two different things with two different meanings. The boat is the goat.
Ricci out of the hole pretty nicely in the Camaro. That's Katie Clark on the right-hand side in the Explorer. Ricci, 10:55 at 126.4 miles an hour. And Katie, 12:80 at 109.89.
That baby's been clicking off 12s all week long. The Pontiac Ventura. Coming up here on the right side. And this surprisingly quick Chrysler 300 on the left. Somebody mentioned yesterday, it looks like it was body swapped on a different chassis because of the way it sits. The reality is it only sits like that because there's a shorter diameter tire on this thing. Now, one thing that is kind of interesting is there are slicks on all four corners, and I'm wondering if this thing has been converted with an all-wheel drive setup that was offered in these cars in V6 models only.
They had cop cars that had the V8 and all-wheel drive.
Did they offer? Okay, I did not realize they offered cop cars that had V8 and all-wheel drive. So potentially, you're looking at cop parts underneath this thing, but it definitely has a racing-style tire on all four corners. And it leaves like it's got all-wheel drive. Josh Felix in the Pontiac goes through a 10:15, 135, and the 300 goes 11:20 at 123 miles an hour. That's a top 5 sleeper this year. And maybe even more sleepy than the Honda, only because that car is silent. The Honda makes enough noise so they can go, something might be going on here.
Yeah.
So the SRT10 pickup, Andy Savakinis. And that polar white Hellcat. I wasn't naming the factory color, just polar. It looks like when I think of the polar ice caps, it looks that white. Is it white knuckle, the factory
color?
Polar
ice caps are actually blue, Brian.
You're a giant tool. A giant tool. They are very really are. You're really a giant tool.
That color would be white knuckle, which is what I'm about to give Brian. 11:28 for the Hellcat. 11:70 in the right-hand side. Here comes the boat. So I've been waiting for this so that I can say this. If I had the boat, I would have to also own a Rambler Marlin.
Yes. Yeah, how could you?
Or perhaps the Barracuda?
Yeah, the Barracuda, the Marlin.
Stingray?
Stingray's a little much.
No?
Savvy folks among us might recognize the paint scheme of the boat. Meanwhile, the Flaky Flyer 55 Chevy with its Daisy Mag leaves. Brandon Totoro, that is a BMW underneath the boat. The Flaky Flyer goes 1082.3 at 124, and the Drunken Bateau goes 1527.7 at 100 miles an hour.
I'm coming to a new realization that there aren't that many cars that are named for sea creatures or fish.
You're right.
You know, there's no octopus, for example.
No, that is an unappealing name. That would
Shellfish,
be an unappealing
just
name.
in general.
Yeah, the Studebaker mollusk was canceled before it reached production. Yeah. Yeah. The Nash horseshoe crab. Well, a compelling design never quite made the cut. A man looking for a drive shaft. Tom Hogg said there is a couple of guys that came up to the tower that are sympathetic to your drive shaft plight and may be able to help. They're coming out to look for you. I will say this, the Hupmobile Cuttlefish could have been a winner in the United States had it just made it this far. Ricky Edward and Dave Deal. Is going to restage this car. Ricky Edward will go down the Camaro on the right side. Left before the tree and left Deal up there in the two-step. Deal 161 in the eighth, and how about you, Dave? 722, 201 miles an hour for Deal. They want to go sixes in this thing. They went 708 yesterday. It's not their best run of the week, but I'm not going to not get excited seeing a 201 mile an hour rip on this afternoon. Sullivan on the right side, the 1968 Mustang Coupe. Charlie from Brooklyn in the Monte Carlo. 11:16, 120. Mike Sullivan goes 13:46.6 at 99. Demon or Duster? Which is better?
Duster.
Why?
Reasons. I don't know. I just like them better. I think the grill's better. I like the taillights better. Other than that, they're the exact same car.
Yeah, they are. And despite all of our other differences, we agree on this. So maybe you're going to change your opinion now.
No, I get to pick.
Jody Koyman and Devin Noyes. Noise from the Green Mountain State, home of all kinds of good stuff up there in Vermont. Lots of skiing. 10:29.2, 133 for Noise as Koyman, 10:82.9 at 121.75. Vermont is drag stripless at this time, but there's places like Winterport, Maine, a couple of options in New York, Oxford, Maine.
Were there ever tracks in Vermont?
Yeah, Milton Dragway. Kimball Hodge on the right side. And the Mustang convertible goes 10:39.2, 129. Kimball Hodge goes 12:04.5 at 123.87. Yeah, there really isn't a single state, not that it's a big surprise, but there's not a single state in the country that did not, if they're not active now, did not at least have one drag strip.
I think currently there is none in Utah.
That may be true unless there's a really small one hiding out there somewhere in the wilderness. Zach Zerba and Jared Fowler. Fowler in the Super B, Zerba in the Marauder that ran low 11s. past the 8th mile and 97 miles an hour. He's headed for another one of those. 11:07, 124. Lonnie Grimm live from the staging lanes. D lanes are open. D staging lanes are open now.
Getting news that Bryant Goldstone just pulled onto the property. Riley Grabiak on the right-hand side, the 37 Chevy Coupe leading the hot rod class.
Now, I wonder how much work they have to do to turn that thing into race mode as far as Goldstone's car. I do not know. Hamilton goes 10.95, Grabiak 11.17.
Grabiak slowing down at least 2/10 off of her number, but she's still got a stranglehold on that class.
The 55 Chevrolet that blew a lot of smoke, I said it was powered by Kingsford. Well, he's got a Kingsford bag sticker on the back of the thing now that says sponsored by Kingsford Charcoal.
Own it proudly. Jeff Mink in the Impala. 987 at 137, and the Kingsford powered Kingsford Trio. 1133, 120.
The greatest strength of the Drag Week group, top to bottom, is your collective sense of humor. We get away with saying stuff with you guys racing out here, girls racing out here. We can't get away in other places because you're cool. You're cool and you have a sense of humor and you're here to have a blast. So thank you for that, for us being able to crack some jokes and have some fun, and you guys just owning it and embracing it and loving it.
You're going to run away tonight. I've got to face it all at the awards ceremony tomorrow.
Well, listen, if I said half this junk to what I got to do tomorrow night,
this guy chucked a hood off of his Duster the other day, and he's still running hoodless. Isaac Poe's on the right-hand side with his Hellcat-powered 70 Satellite. 1077 for the Hellcat-powered car. 1089 for the hoodless Duster. Here comes the Bowtie Hunter, which is sort of a tribute font to what, Brian?
Kind of like the Bounty Hunter.
Kinda.
Yeah. I'm not thinking Connie would be like, oh yeah.
No, probably not.
John Powell, right side. Of course, Mount Clemens, Michigan, home to Connie Coletta back in the day. Began drag racing in the mid-1950s in a gasser. Got his first dragster in 1958. And started the Bounty Hunter shtick in like 1961 and 62 when he would paint people's names on the side of his car and then cross them out as he beat them across the country.
And he did beat him across the country.
Beat him pillar to post. 1176 at 120 for Powell as Wyatt goes 1217, 118. Whether he was dragging people over the entry gate or entry desk at a hotel, or he was beating them on the drag strip or the pits of the drag strip, there was some beating going on.
Or hijackers.
Or people that tried to hijack his planes. Yeah, all those people met an untimely stoppage. D lanes are open, folks. D lanes are open. We got a racer in need, 196F. I'm not sure whose car number that is, but I have the technology. 196F. Tom Hogshead's looking for U-joints. Tom Hogshead's looking for U-joints. I'm guessing those would be the larger of the Spicer style U-joints. What, the 1410s or whatever? 1310? Go find Tom Hogshead. He's looking for U-joints, and I know somebody out there has got them. Marcus Clark goes 1058. Gillette goes 1339. Yeah, you're going to have to go meet up with him and see what size U-joints he needs, but guessing with the amount of variety of cars we have out here and guys have those tucked in trailers, we got to have something for him. Here comes JC from Strange again, rolling up here in his Pro-Charged F-150. Basically a bone stock factory truck, Pro-Charger, a little tune job on it. Tim Bradshaw right side. And again, we live in the golden age of making horsepower. JC got up on the converter, the thing trying to roll through. Cracked the 12s yesterday, I believe, as Tim Bradshaw takes his Mustang down the right side at 10:53.2 on the left. It is a 13:28 at 109. He may come back in again. That thing took a big old bite of the fully staged position. So once again, Tom Hogshead is looking for U-joints. Yeah, if there's nothing in the pits, that Dirty Harry Speed Shop or the Summit guys could be your resource. So you got Summit right here in the pits, great event sponsor. They got their parts truck here. We got Dirty Harry's location on the property, and then we have a vast array of racers. Oh, I believe this thing is Coyote swapped. I think there is a Coyote motor swapped into this baby. Okay, now we're talking. Evan Olds, right side of the Malibu, is going to run down 1074. The Coyote swap Bullet Mustang goes 11:15.1, smoking the tires at 140 miles an hour.
I don't believe we actually said what engine was in that one. I was referencing the fact that you said that those are an affordable project car now, and I think it's because of the factory engine that they came with that it's not the most desirable thing. But I actually think it's one of the cooler Mustang body styles.
Me too.
Especially of the older project car ilk.
C7 Corvette coming up here on the left-hand side, and it will be John Ferrone on the right. Going to be a solo for Ferrone after the Corvette. And the Corvette goes 12:17, 117 miles an hour, as John Ferrone, who had a bouncing run the first time down the racetrack, going to try to clean it up here. Pretty much every run he's made this week has been halfway out of control. Some of them full way out of control. You say tomato, I say tomato. Tried to lurch its way through the beams. It's going to get the stage back up. All right, so John now pre-staged. Much more controlled launch. He did pedal it. 160. Whoa, he's up in the center line. He runs over the blocks. 744, and he wiped out the finish line nerf. Avert your eyes, kids. It's a tough way to go out.
Meanwhile, it was his quickest run of the week at the 744.
Those two blocks could have been a child's football, but instead they were destined for a drag strip where they were brutally murdered by an Australian racer.
It happens.
These things happen.
He was on the wrong side of the car. He couldn't see it.
If you're gonna break and make an omelet, you gotta break a couple eggs, I guess. So that's gonna put us down for a few minutes. D lanes are open. As we go back here to the timing tower, to our booth.
The
Brian
Brain
Lones
Trust.
and David Freiberger here. Been bringing you the action all 4 days. As David mentioned, I have to dip out after today's action.
Escape. What are you doing?
I am going to the NHRA Betway Nationals for this weekend's broadcast. Tune in tomorrow night. You're going to get done tomorrow, sometime tomorrow afternoon, early evening. You're going to have nothing to do. You're going to be sad because drag week's over. You're going to, how do I get over this? I'll tell you how. You turn on FS1 at 7:30 p.m.
Perfect.
And you get more of this, baby. You get more of this. We got qualifying show tomorrow night.
And meanwhile, tomorrow I will be handling with KJ not only the regular action that you're seeing here, but also the Street Machine Eliminator bracket race and the stick shift shootout tomorrow. So stay around for that. As a matter of fact, that reminds me that we should remind you, Street Machine Eliminator racers, that you will be first on track in the morning. We need to have Street Machine Eliminator there punctually. You'll be first on track after the fog delay. And then you've got to hand in your ET slip stat because we've got to make the ladder for the bracket race at the end of the day. Also, we'll have information for you on how to sign up for the stick shift race. Did we already start that?
We did. We said this morning, we'll remind you if you want to be a part of the stick shift shootout, you're going to sign up when you hand in your time slip down there at the Waterbox Bar.
Oh, Trummick has hats for everybody in the stick shift shootout. This
That's
makes
very
sense.
cool. Yeah, that's great.
That is very cool. And of course, we've got Trummick here as a sponsor. Also, Molly Piston, Summit Racing, VP. What are you looking at, Brian?
I was just, the block is not self-healed yet.
Oh, okay. You expected it to grow out of the earth down there?
We
It's like a starfish.
It's organic. It's organic.
The shreds of it will just become more blocks.
So the VP Racing Fuels truck is hitting the dusty trail for that final stop of Columbus, Ohio tomorrow.
You know, we talk about the block down there. What we mean is the block that's carrying the reflector for the beam that goes across the track to measure either ET or mile an hour.
Yeah.
I don't know which one he splattered down there.
He got them both, I believe.
There is an interesting history of that kind of timing. In the very early 50s, they really only cared about mile an hour.
Yes.
And I guess they did that with a 132-foot trap in the early days. I don't know
66 feet before and 66 feet
after, which changed in about 1984, and it became a 132-foot trap. No, it came a 66-foot trap
before.
just before the starting line. They changed it so that people wouldn't power through to the second.
Yeah,
beam.
in the early days of drag racing, too, only one time slip was given out, and that went to the winner because there was not dual lane timing yet. So a lot of times when you look at results from an old race, for instance, what did the runner-up at the 55 Nationals run?
Don't know.
Nobody knows. They were slower than Calvin Rice. So there was two great stories here. One, single lane timing was existent for many, many years, and then dual lane timing became something that drag strips advertised having because it was a unique feature that everybody was going to get a time slip. Your obsession with Mickey Thompson has led you to learn a lot about the fact that Mickey Thompson was the first person to ever put incremental timers on his racetrack.
Not quite. We believe that he was there at Pomona the days that they did the test of that appeared in a story in Hot Rod Magazine. And subsequently, he had special meets at Lions where they would go and give them all the progressive timing. It was the first time that racers were looking at that kind of data to see what their early performance was versus their big end performance.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to understand that this was a revolutionary thing at the time, that you could see how quickly your car is accelerating through different increments of the course, not simply how it was at the very end. And it was kind of like overboard. I think at one point they had 12 different, wasn't it like 12 different traps set up?
I was just thinking that. I think they were doing tenths of a mile, and then they also had half track, I think, ET and big end, obviously.
Yeah, so the timing thing's been very interesting, and we were just at Milan, or obviously Martin, Michigan yesterday, and we ended up having a conversation about the Winged Express that came up, and
Marcellus and Borsch, fuel altered.
So there was an era where some tracks would actually have the lights beaming outward. There was lights in the center of the track that were beaming outward toward the walls. And so guys could run that stuff over, and that's what destroyed the original Winged Express at US 131. Willie Borsch got into the center line and drove over light bulbs and a physical lighting fixture, which blew the tires out, and the thing had this horrible crash, and they ended up with the second version of the Winged Express. But, I mean, there were tracks that had cinder blocks in the center of them. We talk about these little Nerf foam blocks, but back in the day, there was some real serious stuff you could hit, and when you hit it, it went very wrong. There's very famous pictures of a guy named Frank Mazzi crashing into the Christmas tree at Bowling Green, the Christmas tree being surrounded by a giant concrete, like, roundel.
Actually, it was surrounded by a Fiat. Is
Oh,
what
yeah,
it was.
yeah, an Opel.
An Opel. Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
it was the Opel.
Windshield's flying out. The whole car's crushing up. It was a blown. I think he ran a AA blown gas in as far as comp eliminator, I believe, is where he competed. But
who captured that photo?
I don't know who's it. I mean, it's usually you can pinpoint it to a Steve Reyes or a Tim Marshall or a Jerry
Aldehoff.
Yeah, or any of those guys. But I'm guessing
I don't
it's
know.
Yeah, one of those dudes.
It's a great
or
photo.
a Les
though.
Lovett or a somebody. Yeah.
Google it because
Frank Mazzi,
the
Bowling
windshield
Green.
flying out of it is the game.
So yeah, a lot of different stuff like that as far as drag strip timing went, and even procedures. You know, one of the funny things about the 55 Nationals, the final round was there were do-overs allowed during flag start races. So Fritz Voigt was in the other lane against Calvin Rice, and they launched 3 times. One time Fritz was early to jump the flag. One time Calvin Rice was early to jump the flag. One time you got 3. Fritz jumped it twice, Calvin jumped it once, and on the 4th try, they actually left. So the very first national event winner basically got 4 cracks at leaving the starting line on his opponent.
Because it was a flag man.
Yeah.
You know, I think you and I a few years ago, or maybe even last year, were questioning where was the second half of the 1955 Nationals. And, of course, the first half was in Great Bend, rained out. They take it to Arizona. I found the Air Force base that it was on, and I think it is still functional there.
Yeah, the Arizona State Championships, and it was actually the coverage was in the February magazines of 1956, so it happened very late in the year in 1955. But yeah, that airbase is still around. That was where Holly Hedrick and those guys showed up with that first dual disc clutch with Bruce Crowder. I read all about that meet because
I triggered it.
It's not triggering. It all fell together in that they finished the Nationals there, and this other particular thing happened there. I didn't realize that it was until I started digging into it.
Yeah. Fritz Voigt, who was the runner-up at that first Nationals, of course, went on to become Mickey Thompson's right-hand man and at least partially, probably wholly responsible for the first American to go 400 miles an hour.
Also, they had another strange element to their relationship.
Yes, they did.
Go ahead and tell everybody.
Let me go get this pineapple. Checking our phones for facts.
Paula Stoll, we need to see you in the timing tower. Paula, over in the Waterbox Cafe, the Waterbox Bar. Paula Stoll, go to the Waterbox Bar. We have something that you've lost that we have found.
News from Hot Rod Magazine, editor-in-chief John McGann. He is down there with Bryant Goldstone's car. He says Brian Robbins, who's the ride-along, said he welded and decked the cylinder head, machined new O-ring hoops into it, reshaped the chamber, and got back to the track, meaning yesterday's track, at 11 o'clock last night, and they got the car running at 6 a.m. this morning. He says the car is good, and he is on property, ready to rip.
That sounds pretty impressive, but I had 3 beers and ate a Reuben sandwich last night, so take that.
I had the fish and chips.
Take that, Brian Robbins, if that's even your real name. No, but it's an incredible thing. I mean, that A, had the ability to do it, and B, have the wherewithal and just temerity to stick with it and then drive all this way, because you got to finish. You got to do it. No quitting those guys.
You know, and they did a smart play yesterday, which is they had obviously broken down at the track, and they were in impound, the drag week impound area. But what they did is they handed in their time slip so that they were freed from impound so that they could move it over indoors and work on the thing in a barn over there to be aggravated by fewer people standing around. To be less aggravated by fewer people standing around, with the exception of Brian and I, who did go and visit them. And
Yes.
KJ did a bit on Hot Rod Magazine's social media yesterday all about that. Are you following Hot Rod on social media? It's real easy to figure out. It is Hot Rod Magazine at Instagram and Facebook.
So we have blocks replaced. There's just a little alignment that has to happen to make sure that they are set up and reflecting properly before we fire things back up, but the blockage has been replaced. Biggest fan, typically it's Amazon or Red Lobster. But the Red Lobster gift certificates, unfortunately, are going to be less valued now because of the closures. So I have to refactor my plan. And you see a little walking around, basically what they're looking for to make sure there's no shards of any of the reflectors. Those, of course, can be a bad deal to have down there as well. Alrighty then, equipment is on the return trip. D-lanes are open. Time slips, please be getting those handed in an efficient manner. As is always the case, you have up until 30 minutes after the last run is made to get your time slip in, but it is better to handle it and get it done and out of the way as quickly as possible when you're satisfied with your elapsed time. So here comes Jake Hansen, the 1992 Chevrolet C10. Chopped a full second off his reaction time. Not often he could say that with a straight face, but he did. 109 in the 8th mile for Hansen. And the truck goes 10:20 with a 6 at 135.
I will remind racers and viewers alike that the schedule tomorrow is a little bit different than it has been the balance of the week. We are running from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So that gives you a little bit more rest after you make your drives. Leroy is back after having not made a pass yesterday. He must be running exhibition right now. Typically they put a ZZ sticker on them. I don't know where you would put a sticker on that.
So Leroy, the master mechanic, has driven this car this many miles. It is an incredible thing to think about, going now over 600 miles of driving and exactly what you're looking at right here. There is no body that magically gets slid over the top of this thing for him to go down the road with. This is the whole deal. He would have gotten a smaller diameter steering wheel, but he would have needed to take it out of one of those Franklin Mint die-cast muscle cars to use it. I mean, it's not even a wheel. What is small? It's like a caster. It's a steering caster. Doing the same thing it did the other day. It really does have some serious teeth, but then all of a sudden runs into what appears to be a fuel delivery problem. Martin Villeneuve goes 996.9 at 129 miles an hour. And as for Leroy, 1783 at 47.
Once again, tomorrow's hours 10 to 6, and Street Machine Eliminator will run first. And then you've got to get your ET slip in stat.
And speaking from a guy who knows about doing things in a quick and agile fashion, David means it. Stat. Always moving so quickly and deftly. Always very pertinent with time, detail-oriented. Always pushing the deadlines on projects to get them done early and ahead of time and under budget. He knows stat. Dave, stat driver. Stat burger, in fact, is what he's been called in the past. Pete Chongris and Austin Baden go down the racetrack. Chongris was off first, and then Baden caught him and drove around him. 10:05, 134, and Chongris goes 10:93 at 123.78. Sean Gilbert and Paul Llewellyn. We mentioned yesterday, but it does bear mentioning again. After this pair, as Gilbert and Llewellyn leave. Llewellyn goes 10:23, 132. Gilbert 10:33.5 at 133.80. This week, David was on, or the episode was released on the Oil and Whiskey podcast. It's worth listening to. They ask you a lot about your career and all your different stuff. I think it's a very cool interview because it's long form and you talk about a lot of stuff that most people haven't asked you about.
Yeah, they did a really good job with that. So Oil and Whiskey, it's the guys who founded Roadster Shop who run that thing, and interestingly, they've gone into a pretty successful podcast.
It's good. See ya. That was good. It was good. Nice job. Azim in the Camaro right side ran a 10:07 previously, and he runs a 10:07 now. Mike Weiser goes 977.5 at 140. comes the Mustang Mach 1. Dave Lips coming up in the Plum Crazy Purple Charger. Steve Eden has taken the scoop off the hood of his car. It's a bold strategy. It could have self-removed. Steve McNew in the Mustang will watch the Charger finish with a 10:23.4 at 138. McNew goes 10:99.2 at 127. Steve Eden coming up. He has removed his hood scoop, so now we have the scoopless Nova. Just a big old gaping hole in the top of the hood. And the Challenger Hellcat. It's got the protocol-driven rubber tube looped over his vent tubes of the carburetor. Lonnie Grimm has texted, this means something. And he's telling us to please stop announcing something. And Rick Callahan, 10:36.5, 133. Eden goes 10:84.6, 128.44.
It's the happiest time of day. I love it when the milk truck comes up.
All right. All right. I thought David's blood sugar had gotten low and he had begun to hallucinate, but apparently no, he just loves the milk truck. I love Kelvin Poe's Pontiac-powered Pontiac, yet another of the dedicated contingent that has not given up on Pontiac power. Man, milk trucking awesome off the starting line as the Divco drags the bumper. And Kelvin Poe goes down the racetrack in his Pontiac. The Divco goes 10:59. The Poncho goes 12:24 at 128 miles an hour. So tomorrow it will be Street Machine Eliminator cars that will be running. Street Machine Eliminator, you will be the first group out tomorrow. The Delta group is not the group running tomorrow. It's just people in Street Machine Eliminator will be the first run class tomorrow.
Well, and it very well could only be the top 40 Street Machine Eliminator that runs first. Stay tuned.
But it will be Street Machine Eliminator, no doubt.
It will.
James Jekyll goes 10:58 to 118 in his Buick Skylark. We go back to the starting line, the Quarter Horse Customs Project Apocalypse Mustang. Matt Frater rolling up here, that mid-engine, slick-equipped, second-gear, nose-popping Toyota pickup truck. Got the Holly low ram intake on it. Boom, there it is. How quick can Freighter go? How about a 1266 at 109 miles an hour for Kyle Dennis? 1290 with a 3 at 107.81.
Brian, what's it say on the side of this 57?
Says Angry Prune, which I
Right.
gave you credit for being creative and coming up with yourself.
I need again.
But instead,
okay,
it was
Loser.
spoon fed to you. And
Loser.
you didn't say so much to say that either. You just took credit for it.
You and I called it that last year. They owned it. They made the sticker.
Maybe I called it that last year. Josie Kirker. Kirker goes 10-16-4, 135.
That's 16 years old. And on the right-hand side, 1045, 128.
Third-gen Firebird of Andrew Taylor, Dave Gallimore up here in the 1971 Chevelle. So after Gallimore and Taylor hit the traps, we'll go down to KJ Jones here in just a moment. Chevelle sounds like it's got like a Mitsubishi four-banger in it or something. 10, 11, 130. Meanwhile, Taylor goes 1089 and 125. Let's go down to KJ Jones in the lanes.
Thanks, Brian. Down here in the staging lanes with Jenks Racing. Basically, it's daddy-daughter racing, and we're going to talk to the daughter first. Sit tight, Dad. We'll get to you. But Miss Jenks, your first name first?
Allison.
Allison Jenks, and you're 18 years old?
Yes, sir.
Senior in high school or a graduated college student?
I just graduated.
Congratulations. You're here, you're with Dad, but my intelligence tells me that you're by yourself. You're riding solo.
It's been great. It's been really fun. I've been kind of trailing behind in our group. We have about 6 cars. We're with the Gebhardts. And I get to have the fun job because I put my 4-ways on and everyone thinks I'm a police officer.
Exactly. I was going to ask you about your car here. Now you have a Dodge Charger. It says Hemi on it, but that's a 5.7 Hemi. Just everybody, don't get excited. It's not a Hellcat in here or a 392 in here. It's a 5.7. Stock right now?
It has a Scat Pack exhaust, but other than that, stock.
How's it been running?
Pretty good.
Are you driving with air conditioning?
Yeah.
Okay. I would too. Tell me about the car a little bit more, though. It's stock. I see this light, well, what was a spotlight there, so I'm guessing this is a former cop car.
Yes, sir.
And you bought it through auction, or did you know somebody?
We just met a guy off Facebook Marketplace.
Met a guy. Facebook Marketplace. That seems to be like the buzz shopping area right now, is Facebook Marketplace for drag weekers. Now, Dad, let's talk to you. Thank you very much, Allison. What are you working with, Pop?
Well, this is my 67 Dart that I've had since I was 13 years old. So it's my first car, and it's got a 5.7 Hemi in it that me and my dad and my buddy Dave rebuilt. And it's got a Ritter intake with eagle heads. And it's running 12 O's this weekend, which is really annoying because I ran 11 9s last year. So trying to sort it out. But this is my sixth time here, so.
And I know Allison just started racing, in a sense, a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes, yep.
Are you teaching her everything you know?
I'm not the best teacher because I have my own flaws when it comes to this. So she has the Gebhardts helping them and other people that are smarter than me.
Right on. Well, I think it's really cool that you're out here with your daughter enjoying Drag Week. I have one more question, Allison. I got one more question for you. Come over here. Now tell me, I want you to answer this truthfully and everything. Has Drag Week for you been like, tell me about Drag Week for you. Is it cool? I mean, is it like this massive corporate atmosphere that really sucks, or is it just a natural, have fun, race hard, competitive thing?
I think it's really fun. It's competitive, but it's also a really great atmosphere. Everyone's been really nice.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Jenks Racing, Pop, Allison, KJ in the pits. Thank you, Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. Back to you, Brian and David.
All right, that was very cool. We like to see a bunch of teenagers coming out here doing this. I can think of at least 4 that we've got here this week. Nathan Broom's on the left-hand side, 64 Dodge Dart. Wes Quadja on the other side in the 2007 Corvette. You're going to need to stage that. There we go. Smoldering the tires on the little Dodge Dart as Wes goes out of the hole. And runs 8:17 to the half track. The Corvette goes 12:55 at 1:14, and Nathan on the left-hand side in the Dart, 12:25, 1:16.
And the Chevelle we saw run down in yellow, that is a Barra motor in there. So the Aussie Inline 6 Ford plant that was in that Chevelle that had that high winding pitch, that was a Barra-powered Chevrolet. Jim Beard and Mike Bennett. Beard is partying like it's 1989 here all this week. The mini truck. Mike Bennett in his 1980 Malibu is the quicker of the pairing here, 1194. Jim Beard goes 1391.3 at 99.
Jonathan Bucci in the digital camo Mustang, and it says Mike Bogardus on the left-hand side. I think it's probably Sharon. Sharon's small block Chevy Hornet runs 1288 at 106, and Bucci on the right-hand side, 1312 at 104.
Here comes the Hemi J, beautiful. 1954 Kaiser Henry J with Hemi power. That is Doug Poirier driving that car, and Kylie Hawley across the racetrack.
Yeah, we saw this Duster at Hawkins Speed Shop the other day. It's really clean.
What is your opinion of that hood? Factory hood, obviously.
I'm just going to have to go ahead and disagree with that hood. Yeah, not my favorite. Plus, I believe it was only available on the Dart Sport, and they have retrofitted onto the Duster. 73 Duster is going to go down at 1400, while the Henry J is going to hang around for a little while, have lunch on the starting line.
Yeah, trouble there. He came out the starting line and just shut itself off. So Hawley, almost into the 13s.
Scott Carlson here to refresh Brian's memory about what a 64 Dodge looks like, and Rob Mazer in the left-hand side in the 66 C-Body Fury. Of course, prior to this, the Fury was a B-Body. They went to the big car in 66. It goes 1354 at 103 miles an hour, and the 64 Polara, or Polara, you get to pick, goes 1263 at 106.83.
Andy Tagg and Tim Gregg.
Tim Gregg's Dodge Dart, 1300 at 77 miles an hour. 1339 at 101.19 for the pickup truck. As the camera swings back to the GTO Judge. Ryan Mejkrowski and Rick Branson on the left. I've got a 68 Camaro. I've been debating if I should do the SS stripe like this that goes down the door or the straight-up Bumblebee stripe. Brian, 68 SS stripe that goes down the door versus Bumblebee stripe. Which one's better?
It depends. What's the color combination? I actually have an opinion on this depending on the color combination.
My very dark green, British green 68 Camaro.
Door stripe.
Really?
Yes. With
Okay.
the is it white?
I was going to do black. No?
If you do black, no stripe. If you do white, door stripe.
Okay.
My opinion. 1361, 103. Madge Krowski goes 1519 at 89.
We're getting a little aggressive on the selfie stick on the back of this truck on the right-hand side. Brian Hosner and Mason Miller on the left.
Oh man, this guy just left half a yard of gravel, I should say, off the starting line. It looks like.
Yep.
Hosner in the truck that has given Freiberger stick envy goes 12:23.4 at 88 miles an hour. Miller goes 13:35 at 100. Kyle Osborne. Osborne in that Pontiac that is packing a turbo on it. 86 in the 8th with that 3800 series V6. Goes 13:32 at 104.
And the Hemi J having a sense of deja vu.
Deja snooze. Each time he's hit the gas and the dual carbureted Hemi has shut off. It's a small Hemi, 354 cubic inches. A Gen 1 Hemi, if you will. All right, decided to rope. Nope. Smallest Hemi was what, 292, or is there a smaller one than that? The Red Ram was what, 259?
241.
241.
Dodge 241
Yeah,
Red Ram.
Red Ram. And the staging fun continues over here on the tower side. Josh Jablonski being the latest to be and Jablonski's car leaving a trail, it looks like.
Roger Blackford's going down in that Roadrunner with the awesome, I'm going to call 1978 looking stripes on it. He goes 1199, 112. As the running Rust Falcon is striping the ground a little bit with some fluids.
They appear to have kind of come out of the thing when he was bouncing into stage, so I'm not sure if, and it's sitting here idling, it's not leaking anything as it's sitting still, so that's a good thing. I think they're going to let him hit the course here. As of right now, we are still in D group in the staging lanes. We have a lot of D cars in those lanes. As best I know, we have not opened the lanes up for anything else. And Josh Jablonski goes 1274 forward, 107.86. That'll bring up nice, clean Olds Cutlass Supreme. Tim Woolen and Justin Roby. And Tim Woolen, 11:58.6, screaming to 101 mile an hour speed. Justin Roby, 12:22.9, 115.
I will remind you, racers, that tomorrow morning we are going to run the top 40 Street Machine Eliminator cars first. Just the top 40. You will know if that is you based on the results that will be posted to hotrod.com later this evening. The top 40 cars will run first. Then you will hand in your time slip, and we will be working on putting together a ladder for you. And tomorrow we run 10 to 6.
Danielle Doyle rolling up right side, and Chad Whittam, Doyle in the 79 Mustang.
Chad has got the slowest car of Drag Week this time. It's always a special honor to be on the bottom of the list. We've had worse.
He is not going to qualify for Street Machine Eliminator. Not going to make. He's just going to barely miss it. 20 seconds at 67 miles an hour.
And Danielle Doyle on the right-hand side, 1264 at 111. Here comes the little mini Mopar wood grain, wood slab side front-wheel drive K-car thingy.
And they had to take this thing all apart yesterday. He told us they're going to have to take the head off and a bunch of stuff to fix, what was he saying?
A leak.
A leak.
Randy Giuliani in the 1968 Dodge Super Bee.
Really like Giuliani's car. It's nice. Really factory appearing.
Where do you fall on the coupe versus hardtop on these cars? We're hearing that they've got something in the left lane, so the track's going to have a look at that while these guys hang out on the starting line. They're shutting them off.
I think the hardtop's a little more stylish, I guess. A little more classy. A little more expensive, too, back in the day.
The coupe, arguably, I guess, more rigid. What I don't understand is how they argue that they're lighter. In this particular body style, the only thing that you would save is the rear window regulator mechanism, but then you add the post. So they got to be about the same.
Yeah, I mean, what's the difference on curb weight? What's the claim, like 50 pounds or something like that?
I don't even know that. I see this car's got the maroon interior. My opinion on interior color has completely shifted. When I was a teenager in 20s, it was black or nothing, and now I want the green or the red or the white or the tan or the maroon or just anything. It's got more character, and it's not as hot.
Black car with red guts is always my favorite in terms of a color combination.
Yeah, that's solid. I know a guy who just picked up a 69 Dodge Dart that's all factory black, and I think it's factory red interior.
Yeah, that's cool.
And it's a 383 4-speed Dart, which is very cool.
All right, so whatever we needed to get, we got down there at the top end, has been retrieved. As Lonnie Grimm has sent us another message. Delta lanes are closed. D lanes are closed. D lanes are closed. So typically what that means is we're going to run a lot of the traffic out of the lanes that's in there right now and then open it up. But we have not opened it up yet. We got a bunch of cars back there to run.
All right, the Super B with stripes, the Town and Country with wood.
So the Town and Country and the Super B. The B making it happen, 1173 at 114. Jared Nowinski, 1352 in the Town and Country. Matt Kelly and Doug Elkins now. Elkins, the 1966 Galaxy, but we're going to be held up here for a moment. Going to go run down the racetrack again. Matt Kelly will be coming up in the muscle truck here in a moment. Clark Rosenstengel is looking for a 4.5-inch dingle ball hone. He's got some rotor-rooter work to do down there. Yeah, for the motor. Yeah. So Clark Rosenstengel in the black Camaro is looking for a 4.5-inch dingle ball hone. Somebody out there has one. Where are you pitted, Clark? He's in impound. So he's in impound. If you have one, cruise down to impound, a 4.5-inch dingle ball hone for Clark Rosenstengel. All right, so we're coming off the top end. I think it might be a little block alignment going on down there to make sure we're getting accurate timing. KJ Jones, I believe you're down there in the staging lanes. We're going to blindly throw it to KJ. Let's do a little where in the world is KJ Jones right now?
I see him.
I see it. We have a visual on KJ.
There's a cameraman nowhere near him.
There he is right there. He's closing in on him.
Is he?
Yeah.
Turn me up.
There you go.
There we go. There we go. Down here on the tarmac, as we wait for the track to clear, walking up here in the water box on, I believe it's a 68. I don't want to get it wrong. 68, 69 Chevelle. And I was told, actually I was asked, do you know the story behind this car? And I guess my answer was, I guess I'm about to hear what the story is about this car. Anyway, the car right here, this is really nice. A beautiful 68 Chevelle. The paint on it, the wing on it, the setup of it is the exact same. It's the exact twin to his wife's 275 drag radial car. Done by the driver here, I don't have his name, but his wife drives a 275 drag radial car that looks exactly like this one. This is the street version that's going on Drag Week. Back to you, Brian.
Thank you, KJ. That is pretty cool, actually. As Matt Kelly in the Muscle Truck Tribute Machine comes up left side. We saw Matt Kelly cruising in traffic yesterday. And Doug Elkins comes up in his big 66 Galaxy. One of the more fearsome winning cars in the mid-1960s in the FX Wars belonged to a guy named Bill Hofer. It was actually a CFX Galaxy. 1295.8, 107 miles an hour is Doug Elkins, 1517 with the one at 95. Believe it or not, a small block Galaxy that was one of those cars that really fell into an interesting spot in the rules. And Bill Hofer had he won a lot with it.
Huh. Going 1530s?
Well, again, it was these classes were handicapped off the national record at the time, and you just had to get to the finish line first, no breakout. So it's just like today, stock eliminator, you find a soft class, you can go tear stuff up in it.
And BB's Chevelle, 1160, 117 miles an hour. Bill Gregory on the left-hand side, 1255, 107. The Ford sedan you see on the starting line is pretty great because this driver's father bought it new, and he has a photo of himself at 5 years old with his dad with the car in 1954. And on the right-hand side, that Pontiac is actually loaded with a turbocharged Pontiac engine, which I dig. We've been talking nonstop about how all the Pontiacs are out here this year.
Yeah,
1224 at 114 miles an hour.
That thing's great.
Versus 1401 at 97 miles an hour.
Do you subscribe to the calling those early 49 to 52 Ford shoeboxes? Because some people call them shoeboxes. Some people say that only the Chevys are shoeboxes.
Now, those are the actual shoeboxes, and a Tri-5 Chevy is not, even though people say that. The term shoebox absolutely came with the 49 Ford.
There you have it.
And they were called that because they were the first ones that did not have the unboltable, removable fenders, and they were seen as being slab-sided when they were brand new.
And they didn't change the design on those cars hardly at all for 3 or 4 years.
49 to 51, no, 49 to 52.
Yeah. A puddle of Pontiac goo out there in the starting line, so Kayla Frenetti was going to get a solo run here as we mop up on the left side. And Frenetti runs it through the traps, 14:45 at 89 miles an hour. So as the starting line gets cleaned up, we know that Brian Goldstone making preparations in the pits to come to the staging lanes, defend his territory. Brian Robbins checked in, and some of our folks checked in, said, hey, work got done. They're satisfied, happy that the car is in fighting shape. Have not seen Steve Speece come back up. Going to kind of guess that they're going to stand on that run that they made. Take their chances with that. They're still in a good podium position, potentially. And now it is time for Brian Wantke and Carl DeSheim coming up right here. Gravel blue Mustang on one side, the burgundy 67 Chevelle on the other. $12.35.5, 108 as Carl goes $12.62.5 at 110. Jeffrey sixth and Cole Poncelet. The second-gen Camaros appear. For Jeffrey sixth and Cole Poncelet, they run almost identically as well, within a couple of mile an hour at the 8th. 13:11.101 on one side. Poncelet goes 12:72.7 and 105 on the other. Talked about this, but one of the fun, unique facts about the 73 to 87 Chevy trucks is internally they were known as the round line pickup trucks because of the shape of the door.
And yet today we call them square bodies.
Doing it wrong. The Wildfire straight axle 65 Chevy 2. Aaron Green, the 86 Chevy C10 truck. 1164.6, 121. Levens goes 1179.1, 114. I don't know the history of it well enough to understand how that the 73 to 87 design went that long, and then really they've never gone that long in design interval. I mean, you had 88 to 98, which is a long stretch of 10 years, but the 73 to 87 trucks, that is an incredibly long period to leave that same design, only bettered by the Dodges, which were like 72 to 91. 91, yeah.
Beretta.
John Chimura.
If I had a Chevy Beretta, I would have to have a little cockatiel with me the whole way.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Jennifer Reynolds goes 12:79, but John Chimura goes 12:083 at 109.98.
12-0 with the Beretta. We're digging that thing.
What was that murderous, weird actor's name that killed people that was on that show?
Robert Blake,
yeah.
who actually was a customer of Dick Landy's, who I ran into back in the day when I was hanging out at Dick Landy's shop.
Was he buying a pistol? Where was he buying?
I will tell you. The Haas is going down on the right-hand side in the Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser.
Mark Vernon, the 1972 Dodge Dart Swinger, otherwise known as the Fritz Voigt Edition, 13:54.2 at 104, as Chris Hosmer goes 15:55.7 at 86.
Not sure there was as much swinging as stealing, actually.
Theft. Anyway, Robert Blake stories at Dick Landy Industries.
Okay. He lived up in, I don't know, Coldwater Canyon, Laurel Canyon, one of those canyons that separates the San Fernando Valley from Hollywood. And he had a couple of Ram Chargers that were painted flat black and had small blocks in them with B&M blowers that Landy had converted onto the thing. Right-hand lane goes 1190, left-hand 1398. And these things had like the spikes on the side and the ram bar on the front of them and like creepy.
So he's a kooky weirdo all the way back then.
They were very, very stealth.
Brian Robinson and Kyle Sherman. And Sherman throws the Corvette into high gear, goes 12:21.7, 113. Robinson goes 12:94.4 at 121.
What was the name of Beretta's cockatiel?
Dude, I have no idea. It's a horrible show that a murderer was on. I don't have the stat line on it.
Fred.
Okay, the same name as Jerry Reed's dog. Coincidence? I think not. Although Jerry Reed never killed anybody, I don't believe. Just going back and checking real quick. Nope. Never murdered anybody in cold blood. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stat. So what kind of cars did OJ own? Jeffrey Good and Dave Hagood leave the starting line. So slipping and sliding automatic down there in Good's truck. 1386 103 for Hagood. Good himself goes 1565.7 at 87 in the truck.
Oh yeah.
The Tacoma Right side, the Tundra rather, dare I call it a Tacoma, the Toyota Tundra with the tailgate down. Speed secrets revealed. Troy Norris in the Mustang. Best year of the Mustang.
1969.
Tough to argue.
This is the 1929 DeSoto with small block Mopar power, number 2 in the hot rod class. 2 of 2.
2 of 2.
So technically, he's second and last.
And running a small block Chrysler engine in this thing, not a small block Chevy, which is cool.
Is that what I said? I thought I said small block Mopar.
I think. Oh, you did? I just heard you identify it.
Please go to the replay.
Hey, dude, far be it from me. Far be it from me to question. Andrew Wamsley is in the Mustang.
I'm counting on the live feed telling me if I said Mopar or Chevy.
Dan Austin, 1368.6 at night. If these people are sycophants, they're going to agree with you.
I need to be told I'm wrong worldwide instead of just by you.
Andrew Wamsley, 1608.8 at 86. Corey Rusick and Grant Porco coming up. Slightly wrinkled fender there for Rusak's Caprice. And Porco takes the Hellcat down the left-hand side. 2:11 or 12:39 at 110. Rusak goes 12:45.9 at 111.
Your best material today was definitely Studebaker Mollusk.
Thank you.
I'm going to get a T-shirt made. That's good.
Things that never were. Ray Hageman and Harry Skozik.
I have been validated by the live feed. I did say small block Mopar.
Listen, your whole life is being validated by random other people. So congratulations on keeping that hot streak alive. 1298 100. Harry Skozik, 1221.8 at 111 miles an hour. Validation, self-worth, the whole shooting match right there in the chat room.
At least I'm not despised by everybody who I'm announcing, just like you are. Every racer hates Brian's guts on some days and loves him on other days.
They do. Cost of doing business. So the Pontiac GTU rolling up.
Yeah, Brian will text me, oh man, I got a doozy of a phone call from XYZ this morning.
Yeah,
really, Brian? What'd you say?
It's usually Monday, Monday afternoon or Tuesday morning when people get home to watch the show. Wait for the phone to ring. Spencer Moorfield and Lowell Rust. The 1990 Volvo.
The what?
Volvo 240. 5 letters that could potentially sing zebra string. Lowell Rust got off the starting line first. Spencer Moorfield making up some time down there in the boxy Swedish station wagon. 1193.9, 118 for Spencer. Rust goes 1225.7, 109. I like early Mustang coupes, like coupe body style early ones, but man, like 68 to 70, I don't really like the coupe body style near as much as I like the fastback.
Well, they would be 64.5 to 66. Then there was 67 and 8 is one style.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Basically, 64 to 66 coupes are kind of neat and tidy to me, but when the cars got bigger, I don't think they looked as good as coupes. Rod Klaus and Jeff Richardson. Klaus goes 13.51.1 at 100 as Richardson goes 14.32.8 at 95. I am also someone that enjoys the sports roof Mustangs that most people hate.
Oh, the 71 to 73?
I kind of like those cars.
Yeah, those are great.
A lot of people just Really hate those cars.
How about the Mustang also?
The Mustang also. They've grown on me, but that's still not a first level choice. The Mustang also. Dan Mathias and Mike Snook, 1179 for Mathias. Mike Snook goes 1285.8. You never really realize how much bigger a Tahoe was than a K5 style Blazer was until you see them side by side. I realize a little disparity because one's lower, but stuff really has gotten enormous over the years. Dan Chandler in the Blazer, Tom List in the Yukon. That makes two of us, pal. You look at me like, that makes two of us, pal. Dan Chandler goes 1195.7 to 117. Tom List 1441.6 at 100. John Nucha, Vince Rash, and Rash was limited to ET because of the lack of a roll bar in that Pontiac. John Nucha goes 1284.6, 109, 1667, 104 for Rash.
As the Rambler Cephalopod comes to the line.
Cephalopod. I thought that was a Nash Seaworm, but okay. As Dave Witt and Randy Kenny come up. 5, 10, 15, 26 Monster Energy drinks consumed by Dave Witt so far. I don't know what the full human capacity for drinking those things in a 5-day period is, but he is closing in on 30.
He'll catch up to you soon.
He will. He's making a run at me. I'm getting a little sweaty around the collar here. 1294.5 at 74 for Witt. Randy Kenny goes 1368.8 at 97.
The Pontiac Anemone. On the right-hand side, Nathan Bender. Bob Helm on the left. Oh! What just fell out of that thing? Was that already on the track, or is that new?
No, I think that was already here.
Okay. Bob Helm, 1324, 98 miles an hour. Nate Bender, 1374 at 103.
Josh Miller, the El Camino, and the Dodge Dart GT.
On Easter, your family ever hide things around the yard for you? Easter morning?
Yeah.
It's nice of them to do that for the racers.
Trouble here for Miller is he didn't throw the drive shaft out of it, but the motor went to the moon.
Popped and died. It's still running.
Meanwhile, the Dart goes 1217 at 114. That is a 4-speed El Camino.
At Roadkill Garage, we have a 73 SS454 4-speed El Camino.
That has to be like small numbers, right?
It's gotta
be. Yeah.
It's
I remember when you guys got that
car.
thing. I thought it was very cool.
Yeah, no air conditioning, power steering, no power brakes, big block 4-speed. It's a car I would have hated 20 years ago, and now I love the thing.
Yeah. Okay, so Josh Miller now on the way. Be just a moment here before we set our El Camino down the racetrack. Once again, the schedule for tomorrow, competition will begin at 10 a.m., and it will begin with the quickest 40 Street Machine Eliminator cars will be the first 20 paired on the racetrack. Then the rest of Street Eliminator, they will be the first category down, but the quick 40, those will be the first 20 pair down, then the rest of Street Eliminator, and then it will fall into a group cadence after that. 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow at National Trail Raceway. And Josh Miller goes 13:38.4 at 104.64 in the stick-shifted El Camino. And we met the driver of this 5.7 Hemi-powered Charger earlier, former police car.
Allie Jenks, the daughter of, I believe, Tom Jenks, who went down in the Dodge Dart with the 5.7 Hemi in it.
Correctamundo.
She has got the cop car version of this car, which is actually really cool. We just bought one for our show, and it's a blast. It's actually pretty good. I almost like it better than the Crown Vic, and I love the Crown Vic.
Typical cop car stuff, like beef suspension, stuff like that?
All that, 5.7. What's interesting is they have the 5-speed automatic in them instead of the modern 8-speed because the cops feared the 8-speed because it was so new. They wanted the proven entity instead of the newer transmission in the earlier models.
That 722, it's a 722.6 Mercedes transmission that they, whatever called it in those cars, is pretty good piece, and they made them by the millions.
And look at that. She goes 13.95 at 100 miles an hour with, I think she said, a stock 5.7 with an exhaust system on her car. That's very cool. And on the right-hand side, Glenn's car goes 12.23, 112.
Pontiac Le Mans coming up left side. Nice wear and patina on this car with its light green color and the picture perfect Brian Decker driven C10 Chevy truck across the drag strip. Jake Knopfsinger is in the Pontiac. $15.58.6 at 84 for Decker as Knopfsinger goes 14.97.6 at 94. And the C10 Custom Deluxe coming up left side. That's Jake Youngblood and John Marecki. Marecki, the 82 Pontiac Grand Prix with a turbocharged LS power plant, but that thing looks factory fresh from the outside. The drawn-on white walls and simulated wheel covers are great. Pickup truck had a significant starting line advantage, but the Pontiac is pouring on the coals here at the 8th mile and now grabs a lead across the finish line stripe. 12.60 at 111. Jake Youngblood goes 13.07 at 105 in his truck. Two generations, one name. Camaro. Trevor Miller and Nick Latomsky. 86 Camaro and the 81 model year for Trevor Miller. Latomsky getting busy over here in his car, smashing through the gears. And that is a 13.14 at 111 for Latomsky as Miller goes 13.66 with a 9 at 102.72. Starting to thin out the significant number of cars we had in the lanes. Once we get some more room, we'll move into that final phase of the day. But we are not there yet. 12:09.9. So down that varsity side. Look 100 Ford truck over here left side, and trouble for the driver as he is on the brakes past the 8th mile. As is the driver of the Mustang. Neither one. So Brian Acton now bumps in. The big wagon. 144.60 foot time. One of them's missing pretty good down there. Acton goes in 8:51.6, 158. Villeneuve goes 10:41 at 120. Or 42 at 120.
He goes 42 at 120. And I saw him purging nitrous. That looks like a run out of fuel kind of run.
Yeah, you could hear something of the thing. Yeah.
And Bryant Goldstone. They got this thing back together after torching a cylinder head last night, fixing it till the early hours, getting it running at 6 a.m., and making it right here to Milan. This is their very first pass of the day. Lane's closing at 3:30. They don't have a whole bunch of time to gather the car back together if this pass does not cut it. What's happening here is he's looking to maintain his overall lead at Drag Week. He is currently the quickest car in the entire field. That could fall away if this doesn't go down.
You know, you got to give this guy and he and Brian Robbins just so much credit. Brian does approach this in a very professional way. He does an immense amount of these drag and drive events every year. And again, this was a guy who, when he crashed the car a few years ago, decided he may well be done. That he may be over this whole thing.
And he was back the next year.
He did get his brake, and his brake was fixing the car. And I think he understood in that brake what this type of competition means to him. He has won at events quite literally all across the country. And he has a stamp, an opportunity to do something he's never done before, which is to win the overall championship of Drag Week. But he needs a number here. Yo, baby. Oh. Yeah, he was way up by the center. He had a lift. That was pretty creepy. He still goes 7-11 at 173 miles an hour, but that car began to work its way to the inside of the lane very, very early on, and he was up in the marbles by the time he got to the 8th mile.
He's got to go to the pits and do the math to see where that places him versus Alex Taylor, who had her quickest run today of a 6:79. I'm not sure if the averages work out, and he still has to make it to National Trail tomorrow.
So Don Foss has fixed his car. He's back on an exhibition level as Foss missed yesterday. But he is back here next to Matt Beebe.
Foss on the right-hand side, Beebe on the left.
And Foss, the thing missing bad through the 8th mile, and it is smoking like a freight train by the time he gets to the stripe. 794 at 155 miles an hour for Don Foss. And Randy Seward defines the term never satisfied, because here he comes again. Seward going to line up next to Ricky Edward II. Ricky in the Camaro, 2016 model year Camaro. Randy Seward gets up on the converter, gets out of the hole, dangles the front tires. That thing does that every single time down the racetrack. 5:47, he's exactly on pace for an 8:48.9, 161.
Too quick, can't hand it in. I don't think he's hit the O today, has he?
He hasn't. He's been a 51 guy, but so hasn't everybody else, or worse.
That means this could be the first drag week in a while where that class is not won by an 850X.
Next pair has been given the high sign to start. We are under 30 minutes until lane closure. 28 minutes until lane closure by my watch. The only watch that counts is that of Lonnie Grimm, but my watch says 28 minutes and falling until we close the lanes.
Hey, live feed, give me a mic check. Do we got the levels solved now? Let me know.
If his microphone is any louder than Marcel Marceau, well, that is a problem. Chris Engel, right side in the Chevy 2. And Engel goes 1054 at 127 miles an hour. 942. Left-hand side with the parachute out. Oh, good. We have our 22nd Slant 6 A-body back with Buck McCoy coming up on the right side.
978 for Buck McCoy, 140 miles an hour. And we got something going on with the Duster. He hasn't even gotten there yet, and he got a 1032. He got a hot dog wrapper up there.
Oh, boy. Well, save the time slip.
Yeah.
Forever. And ever.
Look, I cut 10 seconds off my ET.
Yeah. When your human reaction time is just about equivalent to the 60-foot time of a top fuel dragster, very special.
All right, live feed. I told you that you missed Mike Finnegan's run. When we were down a little bit, he went 870. I got a text from Tony Angelo. Mike wants another crack at 850. They're coming back because they don't think they can win without it.
They are correct on that assumption. I mean, that's reality. The reality of the math is without the 50, 2 days in a row, you can't do it. Lanes will close in 25 minutes. One of those finish line blocks turned down there, so we're going to make sure it is aligned, and then we'll pick it right back up again. All run lanes will close in 24 minutes. All right, block has been repaired. Golf cart's on the way up. Frank Veneziano going to heat his tires. Jen Reynolds going to be okay waiting for Veneziano to do his burnout again. She's going to stick with the one she did. Running a shorter sidewall slick on the back of her Camaro, as is Veneziano. Racers, for those of you heading out of the gate, getting ready to go to Hebron, Ohio, congratulations on embarking on what will be the last leg of your journey. It is a great, great accomplishment to make it this far, but nothing feels better than staging the car on Friday at Drag Week. Maybe only second to pulling into the hotel on Thursday night. David has received many, many invitations to corn mazes around America. They just don't quite know what they're getting into. But when he shows up. Veneziano has the jump on Jennifer Reynolds. And the GT 500 Mustang will power it to a 1074 at 129. Jennifer Reynolds a 1272.5 at 96. Pontiac Ventura, the Dodge Dart.
Nova, Omega, Ventura, Apollo. Did GM intend it, or is it a backronym?
I think it's a backronym.
How could they not have meant that, though?
How could they have been that witty and creative? We're talking about a company that was, you know, as stiff as a log.
Joseph Acone in the right-hand side with the late model Hemi-powered 72 Dodge Dart, 1025, 133. Josh Felix, 1017, 135.
You got to put this into context. The best General Motors muscle car era stories are the stories of people fooling General Motors to build muscle cars.
That's true. Man, let's see if we can trick them into this.
Yeah. So the fact that they just sat around and came up with a witty idea of Nova just does not exist.
Pontiac gefilte fish goes down. Right-hand side, 1420, 76 miles an hour. On the left, 1159 at 121. The Dodge Trout in the right-hand side, the Corvette on the left.
The Dodge Pond Trout. Nate Broom. The problem is there's very few named fish. That's why there's so few cars named after fish, because you really have not a lot of cool fish names to pull from. They're all kind of weird. The sturgeon. Paul Llewellyn goes 1024, 132. Nate Broom goes 1196, 1 at 115.
The haddock.
The rainbow trout. The puffer fish.
Puffer fish. Yep. I think Brian had her on the phone last night.
The sea cow. The sea cucumber. You guys are all idiots that I hate spending time with.
The blowfish was a cool name for the Barracuda.
That was cool.
Yeah, the Troy Trepanier built for George Poteet. Left-hand side, 985 at 139.
It's pretty amazing when George Petit passed away just recently. They printed a full-page obituary about him in the Wall Street Journal. Not many guys in the hot rodding racing world of our style get that type of treatment.
He had gone over 400 miles an hour 55 times or more. Dan Dinan in the right-hand side. He had to weld together the mount for his rear sway bar earlier today, and he looks like he's got that together. It goes 906, 151. Lower Rust on the left, 941, not getting a mile an hour number. Brian, what was the name of the car manufacturer that was down the street from your town?
Buffum.
They should have had the Buffum Rock Lobster.
We don't have rock lobsters.
Okay, the Buffum Lobster?
There you go. Now you're talking.
Yeah.
the Buffum Lobster. $1.25, please. Hit you with a Louisville Slugger.
I'm coming out of the booth.
Out of the booth. Yes, the first V8 car in America. The Buffum. Buffum touring car, yep. And there's only one left in the world. It's at the Owlhead Transportation Museum in Maine, which is a great museum if you're up that part of the world.
You can see him on the live feed. We're showing you the guy holding the block at the top end. Now you get a better picture of what the Nerf cube looks like.
I think he is leaving with the block. So we are now down to 14 minutes till we close the lanes. Lanes will be closed in 14 minutes. So the block repair continues. Phase 2 about to be put into place as we get a look at our long last line of cars, including Leroy's down there.
Oh, we're getting recommendations now. I like it. The Ford Flounder.
Yeah. Okay.
Ford Flounder's pretty
Or a
good.
Skate. You know, you could rename it the Skate. You got your performance model could be the Skate. Yep.
The AMC Carp.
Yeah, that fits. Fits. The Kenosha Carp.
The Plymouth Suckerfish.
We had a Sunbird, but no Sunfish car, right? You had a Pontiac Sunbird, Sunfire, no Sunfish.
Starfish.
All right, blocks resecured. Quad's going to make it scoot up here. Top speed, and then it will be unleashing the beast here. See a bunch of hoods up and cars in line. We are now down to 12 minutes until we close the lanes. We'll close the lanes and run out whatever's in there, and that will bring this day to an end. 12 minutes until we close the lanes.
And remember, you must hand in your time slip.
Maximum 30 minutes after the last car.
I will also remind you that tomorrow we are running from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and the very first cars on track are going to be the top 40 quickest cars in Street Machine Eliminator. We need you all to run and hand in your time slip post haste so that we can make the ladder for the bracket race later in the day.
Thanks for spraying that all over me. That was nice.
I've been having to run a squeegee down my leg after your slobber going on earlier this week.
Yeah,
so
really.
I don't really want to hear it.
That was good. Mr. Guy who goes to the car wash bathroom with no soap and no towels to dry your hands with. That's good. It's perfect. All right, we have re-secured the blocks. Now, I would ask you, and I think David would join me in this sentiment, please don't run into them anymore. Please stop doing that, right?
I think, to be fair, he blew it over.
Stop doing that, too.
Stop doing that, too.
We just won't replace him next time. And then he can just run to 1,000-foot ETs.
Nice-looking big block.
Yeah,
we're
that is
checking
a
out
really
on the
nice
screen.
big
That's
block.
clean.
That is in the Monte Carlo. All right, we're back at it. William Jordan, Azim Sheik coming up now.
William Jordan in the dart, number 3 in Unlimited right
And
now.
Sheik is sitting on the chip over there, and Jordan is doing nothing. Sheik is not going to make a run because it's just too hot. You can't sit there and do that for that long. Jordan took an hour to stage, but now he goes down clean, and Jordan goes down the racetrack, 922, 152. But Sheik wanted to restage the car because he sat on the chip for so long.
You should have seen him inside the car. I don't know if you did. He was
Yeah.
waving it off.
Yeah.
And he's then frustrated because he knows his transmission's now glowing.
Yeah, the problem is you're going to get everything real, real super hot in there, and the converter may not do what you want it to do, and the transmission's going to a million different things that you don't want to have happen putting that much heat in the thing. Did get it hooked up and leave, though.
He should run 10:06 or 10:07 if the performance was not affected by that scene on the starting line, and he does, 10:07, 140.
And that's what that car is going to run. Take it to the bank. Eight minutes till the lanes are closed. 8 minutes till lane closure.
Jim Jekyll in the Buick with the LS turbo motor in it. He almost pushed his way all the way through the beams. .10:58, 123. Bro in the Monza is running an endurance race today.
Yeah, Vinny Barbone is putting a lot of laps on that car today.
Jared Fowler on the left-hand side's got the late model Mopar.
I would say, other than the pro stock version of a Monza, the Decon IMSA Monzas were like the best. Those big giant box flares on them and stuff, those cars were flipping awesome. And Vinny is trucking 123 in the 8th mile. Nice run. He goes 9:16 at 139 miles an hour. Jared Fowler in the Challenger goes 12:12, 110.
We don't know the story as to why this Malibu needed a rear window during drag week or why he's got this one taped in.
Finnegan's carrying a generator plugged into his car as they push it up the staging lanes. Hashtag seems legit. And Chad Garut takes his Mustang Coupe to a 967.6, 143. Mike Weissert at 12:40 at 82. 6 minutes, still lane closure. John Nucha and Dalton Knopfsinger going down the right side, 10:31.38. Nucha, 12:96 at 108 miles an hour. Five minutes. Lanes close in 5 minutes. Lanes close in 5 minutes. A Mustang and Street Machine Eliminator, pickup truck as well. And Jake Youngblood, 12:97 at 104. Chandler Good goes 13:80 at 106.
The hoodless Duster with the gold velocity stack.
And the Gebhardt Duster will be coming up. No, the Gebhardt Dart will be coming up. Oh, it's a Duster. Yeah, 76.
Duster.
Yep.
So you asked about the Demon earlier. You know, those were only 71 and 72. And honestly, they did not sell because they were called Demon. And the public was not down with that at the time, as they are now, apparently. They actually decontented the Demon name on those things, or actually not the name, the cartoon in 72, and then they became the Dart Sport after that.
So Billy Gebhardt's car made a huge pop earlier, but obviously they have fixed that problem. And Gebhardt goes 9:48.6, 144. George Wright goes 10:41.7 at 129.90. 3 minutes until lanes close. 3 minutes until lanes close. .351 Windsor power in the Mustang on this side. And Brian Goldstone is in the lanes here as I look down. Looking down at the 351 powered Mustang that is making good hay. 116. All Ford power to a 997 in the Mustang. Doug Wyatt goes 11:36.4 at 121 in the Hippie Hunter. Gebhardt here on the right side.
And that little gremlin has a lot of laps at Drag Week.
And quick ones, too.
The Nitrous Big Block Mopar and the Turbo Pontiac-powered Pontiac. The Mopar slightly more impressive. 8th mile time, 5:51. ET, 8:56 at 160 miles an hour. The Pontiac, 11:84, 117.
The number of people that have gone 160 miles an hour in a Gremlin that have ever lived, probably a small number of people.
Think Wally Booth ever did that?
No.
I don't think so.
Never.
They were way too slow.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could probably count them on one hand.
Maybe one finger.
There is at least one or two super gas, there's a Top Sportsman. There was a Top Sportsman Gremlin out there, but yeah, very small numbers.
Now, there's some drag racing Gremlins that have probably done it, but few and far between.
One minute till the lanes close. 1 minute. That's a clean run out of this. Got to be a Coyote-powered truck. 1091, 135. And here comes the hot rod of all hot rods. The essence of a hot rod, everything unnecessary has been stripped away by Leon the Master Mechanic. It is a ProCharge big block that for the first 60 feet seems prepared to rotate the earth.
It is a 572 big block Chevy.
Neil Torbett, burnout complete in the pickup truck. And so the shifter pulled down into low gear for Leroy Edwards, who goes by Leroy the Master Mechanic. In the street legal altar that he has constructed. Some major league fuel delivery problems still plaguing that thing. Meanwhile, Neil Torbett's having problems of his own here in a pickup truck. Leroy goes a 1492 at 48 miles an hour, and I'm not sure if that thing's even still running anymore. 332, lanes are closed. Lanes are closed. If you're not in now, you're not getting in. The staging lanes are closed. Going to run out what we got left and call it into the day. $918,150 for Neil Torbett. So the Monster Energy count holding strong at 26. For David Witt, we have made the call. The staging lanes are closed. They have been closed. You will not be allowed in. The all-wheel drive 300C, low 10-second car. Spots the Mustang half a second and then passes him in 330 feet. $11.85 at 118 for Witt as the 300 goes 11.05. See a low 11-second car at 124.
Earlier on the live feed, you were looking at the engine of this Monte Carlo. Really nice looking big block Chevy with a Dominator on it.
And the fourth-gen Camaro fairly launched there as Charlie will go down to the Monte 11.18.5 at 118 miles an hour. Azim Sheik, we have your time slip up here in the timing tower, second floor. Azim Sheik, if you want to grab your final time slip from that 10:07 run, come up here and grab it. 9:76.9, 1:46 for the Camaro. Yeah, so we had the ex-wife's Explorer and the ex-husband's, I think, Mustang we saw earlier. The rear window messaging is good. Explorer's been good for 1280s pretty much all week. The Beef Cherokee leaving with its apparently LS powered or Gen 3 Hemi powered swap. 1279 at 108 for the Katie Clark driven Exploder. And yes, it's Beef Cherokee. And Beef Cherokee goes 1455 at 89 on its lone effort of the day.
Jenks on the right-hand side, been here 6 years with his 67 Dodge Dart. It now has Gen 3 Hemi power in it. Brian Hosner on the left-hand side, flying the ultimate selfie stick. Good distance on the selfie stick, 1245, and the Dart, 1225.
And the Running Rust Falcon comes up again. It's a pro-level double bulbage right there. Zach Serba goes in now. And Zach goes 11-11-5, 123, very consistent. Mercury Marauder, 1295, 107 for Josh Jablonski. Looks like your old Chevelle.
Yes, I did have the crew cab, sort of more aqua-colored 65 Chevelle. Not as good as this, clearly. 16-year-old Allie Jenks on the left-hand side in her 5.7 powered cop car.
Brian Goldstone.
1181 on the right for Trevor Slusser. And Allie goes 1405 at 98 miles an hour. She went 1395 earlier. Here comes Bryant Goldstone.
The last shot he'll have to make today. Got up by the center line on his last attempt. Shut the thing down early and went a 7-11.
We were looking at the math on that 7-11, and it looked to us like it was a good gamble to leave the track and just try and get to the next one in your shootout against Alex Taylor.
He would have still left in the lead. Now, if he goes slower here, that turns in that 7-11. He will still be in the lead, but by a very slim margin of barely more than 100th of a second. So in the event that happens, it would be almost a heads-up style shootout on the last day, which other than back in the day with Larson and Lutz, we haven't really had that moment where two people have come in so closely that all they have to do is kind of outrun each other the last day. So he wants to make sure that that will not be the case in Hebron, Ohio tomorrow. So that was Brian Robbins that made that final wheelie bar height check. And here he comes. Going to restage this car. Again, David, some of you mentioned the proximity of the car to the tree. That's why we see a lot of even experienced drivers kind of roll in a little bit deeper because of the way that things are kind of set up depth-wise. Robin's going to go over there, I believe, and close the side window or the side door, which is super important because that window gets sucked out in this thing. He's already had a situation that's ripped the door skin off. All right, so Brian Goldstone coming in on the solo here. That is looking a whole lot better. 175 in the 8th mile. He goes 654 at 221 miles an hour. Low ET and big speed of the day.
An incredible feat considering what they have been through, how far they have driven this car. They had the cylinder head off of it, the engine out of it last night. Just got it running at 6 a.m., got here late, made a 7-Eleven pass, and boom, comes back with that 654. His final challenge, can he drive all the way to National Trail, and can he lay down another number to win his very first drag week overall?
Nothing's in the bag yet, but it feels like it's getting close. Tom List and David Hart, as we have the last several cars here working their way up the staging lanes. Mike Finnegan still waiting. About 8 or 10 cars yet to run. For Brian Goldstone, another performance in the clutch when he needed it. A lot of weight off his shoulders. And Dave Hart goes 10.99.3. The Yukon goes 14.30 at 99. Martin Villeneuve purging the nitrous here of his 1967 Plymouth Belvedere, and Ricky Edward coming up next. Villeneuve has made a ton of runs today, more than we've ever seen this wagon run all week.
I think he's going for personal bests. I'm not sure it had been in the 9s before until today. And 10:15, 131 for the wagon. The Camaro, 1266, 112. Betty White is back again. Dan Dinan. You remember he broke the sway bar off the back of the thing earlier, and he made another hit, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, and he's back. Jennifer Reynolds on the left-hand side in the 81 Camaro. Maybe Dinan just wanted to tour the place again.
I guess he just wanted, just for old time's sake. Here comes Mike Finnegan.
Jennifer goes 13:30 at 93 miles an hour.
And Finnegan went to do a burnout. That thing's missing. That's not running on 8 cylinders.
No way. Oh!
No, that is bad. That car is not running on 8 cylinders, and he knows it. No. It seems like there's more to lose here than there is to gain by staging the car, but he's going to go do it. Smoke out of the exhaust. Goes a 936 at only 146 miles an hour. That thing was not.
7 cylinders
not
at
healthy.
best.
7 cylinders at best. It was popping real bad in the burnout. Down 12 mile an hour and almost a full second, give or take. Half, right? Yeah, it was at 70, not a 40 he was running. Team Sheik and Chad Garoot coming up right now as we are down to just a handful of cars to run. About 4 pair to go here is Sheik, who has been running 10:06 and 10:07 repeatedly, will run a 10:74. So we have effectively I think 5 cars to run here, and going to glue the block back down for the national record 300th time. Okay, so we are still affecting our block repair. All righty, we have one car to run here. Then it will be go time. James Jekyll drives off the line. On a solo in the Buick, passes the timing blocks, which remain in their assigned locations, goes 11 flat at 130 miles an hour. It's progress, baby. We're moving. Vinny Barbone still coming at it here today, and TJ Linebaugh will be on the other side. The Monza Spider. Small tire car, ran a low 9-second rip. I believe its best run of the day was like 9:16, somewhere in there. Yeah, 140 mile an hour car. It's that factory tail spoiler that does it.
The Monza is actually unusually aerodynamic, except for the fact it sits too high. If it had an air dam on it, it would be quite the unit.
Man, you can hear that tire really working through the first 330 feet. Fuel enrichment kicking in big time there for Vinny. Goes 9.10 at 151 miles an hour. Wow.
Yeah, the mile an hour is big.
And a 9.10.3 at 160 across the racetrack.
Yeah, his short time 1.448 even for a turbo car. That's keeping him away from that 8-second number.
Yeah, but there's just so little tire under that thing. I mean, it's amazing. And you get when he puts the power to it, you can just hear the things clawing at the racetrack. Chandler Good and Chris Merry. Last two vehicles have pulled into the water box.
This is all unframed now that it's been moved. Outside. Chris Merry gets no time. Chandler Good, 13:38, 107.
And here is the final pair of cars for the day. The Hippies Race Place Bowtie Hunter coming up on the left side. And the pickup truck will be on the right, but we are coming to a quick stop here to check something on the racetrack. All right, final quad trip of the day, we promise, because, well, there might not be the final one. The last one we'll see. How about that? Doug Wyatt and Dalton Knopfsinger.
Who you got, Brian?
I got the steps and a ride to the airport. That's what I got. Doug Wyatt and Dalton Knopfsinger. I'm going to go Knopfsinger on this one. Should have pulled the assembled masses if they were pulling for the Ford or the Chevy. Classic. And when those scoreboards flash, the fourth day of drag week is over. 11:40 at 130 mile. 04 at 130 for Dalton Knopfsinger. Doug Wyatt goes 11:69.9 at 120.
But did the block survive?
And it does appear that the block survived. And just for good measure, the four-wheeler is going down the racetrack one more time. That is going to bring an end to day 4 here at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2024, presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive, and of course brought to us our live streaming by Mickey Thompson Tires. Great sponsors like Molly Motorsport, like Tremec Transmissions, like VP Racing Fuels, Summit Racing Equipment, Hawley, and others. It is something that it's bittersweet, man. My week ends here. You guys will carry the torch through tomorrow to finish the thing off at National Trail Raceway in Hebron, Ohio. But it's been overall a good day. The big story, of course, has been Brian Goldstone coming in here in the clutch, delivering a 650.
It's pretty great, and now all he has. All right,
look forward to that
out,
tomorrow.
David
There's something to look
Freiberger
forward to
from Hot
tomorrow.
Rod Drag Week. Hey, I'll be doing this by myself tomorrow. KJ in the pits, Freiberger on the mic. It's going to be fantastic.
It was a great day here, a warming day. KJ will be back roaming the pit area tomorrow at National Trail Raceway, but that's it. I'm headed to the airport. These guys will take it home tomorrow. I'll be watching the live stream like the rest of you, starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning from National Trail. It'll be 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We're out of here. We'll see you on Friday in Ohio.